Hi everyone, welcome to the 21st Century Guitar Conference. I'm Rita Torres, Amy Braden's co-organizer of this year's edition of the conference. I'm in central Lisbon, standing in front of the campus of Universidade Nova de Lisboa, where we should be meeting, which is the Campo Lite campus. On this campus there are 4 buildings. This modern building here houses the rectorate. Then on the opposite side from where I'm standing, there's the law school building and the dorm building. And finally, there's this 19th century building which housed the Jesuit college from 1858 to 1910. In October 2019, after the School of Business and Economics moved to a brand new campus in front of a surface beach, the building became the home of the research and research-related units and activities of the Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities. It also houses the Information Management School. In the near future, the rectorate will move from another site, and the academic units of the faculty, which are still in a campus nearby, will move to this campus. I'm a researcher of one of the 2 musicology research units of the faculty, the Center for the Study of the Sociology and Aesthetics of Music, abbreviated CESEM, which is our main supporter and for which we are very thankful. CESEM has 3 satellite units, one at the School of Music of the Polytechnic of Lisbon, another at the School of Music and Performing Arts of the Polytechnic of Porto, and still another at the University of Évora. There are 5 research groups in the center, which are dedicated to contemporary music, early music studies, music in the modern period, critical theory and communication, and education and human development. There are in total 298 persons associated with CESEM, almost half of which are affiliated researchers, of which 96 are PhDs. There are also 80 researchers in training and 78 collaborators. The science management team consists of 4 persons. We would like to thank Vera Cordoniz for her help with the participants' registration. So Amy will now conclude this introduction. I hope you enjoyed the conference.
Thank you, Rita. I am not in sunny Portugal, unfortunately, but here in snowy Nova Scotia. My name is Amy Brandon, and I'm a composer, guitarist, and a doctoral student at Dalhousie University in Halifax. So I would very much like to thank the supporters of this event, CESEM and Nova FSCH, the Faculty of Social and Human Sciences at the Universidade Nova de Lisboa, as well as the funding organization FCT. I would also like to thank the International Guitar Research Center at the University of Surrey for their ongoing support of this conference celebrating the guitar in the 21st century. Many people came together to make this event possible. First and foremost, I would like to thank my co-director Rita Torres for her brilliance. I would also like to thank our technical director Michelle Lacour for her work organizing the technical side of bringing the conference online, as well as our social media manager Ben Diamond. A special thanks goes to our large ensemble conductor Andrew Noseworthy and the members of the large guitar ensembles, which you will hear tonight. It was a challenge to perform and record large ensemble works in this time, but they made the pieces come to life. My thanks also goes to the members of our scientific and artistic committees, who juried over 200 applications for this conference, and who will be moderating and chairing the sessions this week. Last but by far not least, thank you to all the presenters and performers who are contributing to this conference. My thanks also goes to you, the audience members, for tuning in and celebrating the possibilities of the guitar in the 21st century. We have a wonderful lineup this week, exploring different aspects of the 21st century guitar, from composition to extended techniques in microtonality, collaboration in pedagogy, new technologies, and the electric guitar. I think you, the audience, will be astounded by the depth of work that is being done in this field. I would also like to mention that we have upcoming conferences in 2022 in Indiana at Ball State University and 2023 in Montreal, and I would invite those interested to submit works, performances, and papers when the call comes out on our website in April. You will be able to find all the information on our website at 21cguitar.com. And now, let's get started. Good morning, everyone. I'm so delighted to introduce our first presenter, Dr. Camilo Mendez. Camilo is a composer of acoustic concert music. He conceives his works as compositional cycles, so a series of pieces orbiting around the same musical ideas, but written for different instrumental combinations. He completed a doctorate and master's in advanced composition at the Royal College of Music in London, and he has also studied privately with Rebecca Saunders and Pierre-Louis Dupellon. In 2017, Mendez was the Riemann and Bechtel Fellow for Music at the Radcliffe Institute for Advanced Study at Harvard University. Dr. Mendez joined the Department of Music at Hong Kong Baptist University as assistant professor in 2018, and his presentation is titled The Guitar as a Laboratory for Experimentation. Welcome, Camilo.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to start straight away. Hello, it is always a pleasure to talk about my music. My compositional approach is based on the idea of composing musical cycles, which are a series of works composed using the same musical ideas, but scored for different instrumental combinations, using prepared musical instruments, which are musical instruments that have been altered using extrinsic objects to modify their timbre. So I'm going to start sharing my screen now, and I'm going to start sharing my PowerPoint. So conceptually, I refer to these instruments as impossible objects. In recent years, I have been working intermittently in 3 compositional cycles: Fragmentos Cardinales, Bernstein, and Archipelago Sierpinski. Fragmentos Cardinales, or in English, Cardinal Fragments, is a compositional cycle inspired by scientific ideas, concepts, and theories. Each work of this cycle is also based on a fragment of a work by a Colombian composer that I admire. As you can see in the slide, I have listed the scientific ideas and the names of the composers whose work I am honoring or reimagining. Structurally, some of the works of this cycle are collections of miniatures that can be performed in any order. In this case, they are apparent magnitudes and recessional motion. The overall structure of these pieces is decided by the ensemble each time they perform the pieces. The cycle Bernstein is inspired by the work of Colombian artist Felisa Bernstein, especially 2 series of sculptures, Mini Machina, or in English, Tiny Machines, and the other is Flexhydra, which I believe is the combination of the word clepsydra, an ancient device to measure the passing of time using flowing water, and the verb to flex. Her work deals with the idea of recycling scrap metal to assemble sculptures. The works of this cycle are scored using prepared musical instruments, and that is why I refer to these instruments as impossible objects. Here you can see the sculptures Mini Machina and the sculptures Flexhydra. These are some of the impossible objects I have built for this cycle: a prepared trumpet, a prepared saxophone, and prepared alto flute. Archipelago Sierpinski is my most recent project in this cycle, aimed to epitomize compositional processes that I have employed in previous cycles. The works are inspired by the combination of the name of a writer that I admire and a place that interests me. In this cycle, again, I am using impossible objects, and I'm also trying to explore the possibilities of modular structures. Each work consists of fragments or islands, as I refer to them conceptually, that can be navigated in many different ways, forming structural archipelagos. So the overall design of the cycle is a collection of archipelagos or a collection of collections. In other words, each work is modular and the whole cycle is also modular. For that reason, I decided to use the fractal structure known as the Sierpinski triangle in the title of the cycle. All of these cycles are incomplete. The compositional processes are still relevant and in a continuous state of development. Today, I will discuss the role the electric guitar has played in the conception, development, and composition of some of the pieces of these cycles. I will examine 3 pieces as case studies: Recessional Motion for electric guitar and ensemble, Flexhydra 4 for prepared ensemble, and Volpi Formentera for prepared bass clarinet and prepared electric guitar. Recessional Motion is the sixth work of Fragmentos Cardinales. The work was inspired by the research of Vera Rubin. In her PhD thesis, she collected data that proves that galaxies are moving rapidly away from us and from each other. This is considered as theoretical evidence of dark matter and dark energy. And the piece Doce Móviles, or in English, 12 Mobiles, by Colombian composer Jacqueline Nova. Recessional Motion was commissioned by Montreal-based La Machine Ensemble and Canadian guitarist Marc-Olivier Lamontagne. Doce Móviles was composed using this 12-tone row. Therefore, my piece is divided into 12 miniatures that can be performed in any order as long as they are perceived by the audience as a single movement. Each miniature is composed using only one pitch. To expand the possibilities, I use inflections, microtonal tunings, timbral trills, and extended techniques. The idea is that with the same set of miniatures, the ensemble will produce many different versions of the same piece. While working on this piece, I was living in London and Marc-Olivier was in Montreal. So, in order to try out some of my ideas and develop the techniques for this piece, I contacted London-based guitarist Christian Lloyd, who helped me immensely. After 4 sessions with him, I had enough materials to compose the piece. This is a short video of one of the sessions.
Okay, so again, we've
One of the challenges in this work was to find possible solutions to notate some of the actions and gestures that Christian showed me during the exploratory sessions. In order to solve this problem, I designed several unconventional clefs to represent the necessary actions to produce the sounds. The pickup's clef to represent actions in that area using a slide, the whammy bar clef to represent the movement of the bar, the toggle switch clef to represent the position of the switch, and the whammy bar pedal to represent different parameters of the pedal. These clefs were inspired by the unconventional clefs used by Helmut Lachelmann to notate his instrumental techniques. In his precise notational system, Lachelmann uses unconventional clefs to represent specific areas of the instruments where the actions take place, as well as to indicate the direction of the actions, the amount of pressures to be applied, and in some cases, the resultant pitches. I also notated the action to produce feedback and the actions with the EBow. Flexidra 4 was commissioned by Vertice Sonora. For this piece, I collaborated with London-based guitarist Ed Dampier. In this work, all the pre-compositional materials were the result of extensive experimentation sessions with electric guitars, effect pedals, and found objects that subsequently were extrapolated to other instruments to build impossible objects and used to generate all the instrumental textures. In these examples, one of the techniques I tried was attaching a spring drum or a metallic spring to the guitar. This technique did not make it into the piece, but I used it on another piece when I attached a spring drum to a double bass. This is the setup I use to compose the piece. The guitar is placed flat on a table and the performer executes different actions with both hands on different areas of the instrument. This is an example of one of the sessions.
This is clean with 2 drills.
But without touching the strings, actually.
Yeah.
I love this one. I notated the techniques using the same system I developed for recessional motion. The guitar was written using action clefs, one for each hand, and at the bottom, you can see the notation of the technique that I just showed, involving the handheld fan and the milk frother. In this slide, you can see other techniques. The effect pedal and the amount of effect is always notated in the score. The amount of distortion, for example, is indicated using a rectangle. When completely dark, it means very noisy distortion. When it's empty, it means light distortion. Here, you can see the action of rubbing a piece of paper on this area of the guitar, while with the other hand, you use a slide to do random glissando. This action represents tapping on this area of the guitar, while with the other hand doing a slide, random glissando with a slide. Also scraping the strings with a plastic card, also using the slide, and also using a violin bow with a slide. And this is the actual sound of the piece. Volpi Formentera was commissioned by No Ensemble. For this piece, I did all the research on my own. I used the same setup as before, but with the addition of a whammy pedal. These are the preparations. A metallic spring is coiled on the strings near the tuning pegs, and a stripe of lighting gel is wrapped in between the strings in the area near the pickups. To reinforce the sound of the preparations, I use the following scordatura and a set of thicker strings. The techniques are notated following the same principles with the addition of an extra stave to represent the actions on the whammy pedal. These are some of the unconventional clefs that I designed to notate this piece. 2 clefs to notate the actions on the frets, one high and one low, the area near the pickups, actions on the specific strings. This is the clef to notate the whammy pedal. This clef represents the spring, and so I notate the actions on the spring using this clef. And this clef I use to represent the different positions of the toggle switch. Also, I use different types of scraping. So this is scraping the strings with plectrum. This is scraping the slide. This is the scraping the strings with the slide. This is tapping with the plectrum and using the slide with the other hand. And the bottom stave represents the whammy pedal. And here, tapping the strings with fingertip in different areas of the guitar. And this bottom stave represents the actions with the whammy pedal. I also notated something that I call the scratch or the Tom Morello scratch. And this represents a simple arpeggio with actions in the slide and in the whammy pedal. So just to give you an idea of the Tom Morello scratch, this is Tom Morello using this technique to explain his solo in Bulls on Parade.
On Parade.
The guitar has been a laboratory for experimentation. The exploration sessions with this guitarist and on my own have helped me to develop new preparations and techniques for the guitar, and in some cases have inspired me to produce completely new objects and techniques for other instruments. As an example, for my piece by Carl Sorokin, I transformed an ordinary table into a massive guitar-like instrument or impossible object using steel wire, sieves, bowl, ratchet straps, tuning pegs, and steel metal sheets. The object is divided into 3 performance areas: the metal sheet, the bowl, and the area in between the bowl and the metal sheet. The instrument is performed by 2 musicians facing each other and sounds like this. Currently, I am working on a prepare or enhance string quartet. I am designing prototypes for a structure that will enhance and amplify the sound of a string quartet. For the structure, I am using metal pipes to build frames. The string instruments will be attached to the structure using steel wire and different strings from violin, viola, cello, and double bass. I will also use steel and copper sheets of different sizes that will be hung from the frames that will be in contact with the wires. So the sounds produced by the quartet will be enhanced and amplified by the structure. And of course, the metal sheets will resonate. For this project, I am also preparing the bows, and I am trying different types of scordatura. I hope to build a working prototype within the next few years. These are the references, and I hope you have questions or comments, and I will be very, very happy to start a conversation. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Camilo. Excuse me. Yes, we would like to open this up to questions. There are lots of people here, and if you'd like to ask a question, just turn on your video and microphone. If there is a question from the Facebook chat, you can simply ask it in the chat and I'll direct it here to Camilo. One thing I was curious about was the piece that you just described, Aira. Is the metal structure connected to the string instruments?
Yes, the metal structure will go through the string instruments. So it's as if you have a guitar going through a violin or something like this. So the strings will be intertwined to the strings of the violin.
Okay. And have you done a sort of mock-up structure already? Is this something you've already tested?
Yes, I actually have done many of them. Okay. So I'm just, for me, it's like a kind of like a trial and error thing until I find something that works for me, so I keep going on that direction. But sometimes some of the prototypes that I don't use in a piece, they become materials for other pieces, for example. So I always building things and trying out stuff that I might use in one piece, but the leftovers will become part of other pieces.
Oh, that's wonderful. I also noticed that, just waiting for questions, I also noticed that you mostly work with electric guitar. Have you done pieces for classical or acoustic? Is that the direction that you would go in the future?
I mean, to be honest, the way it works for me is like I write pieces for people that I know when they ask me to write pieces for them. And so far, I have been only asked to write pieces for electric guitars. But if in the future someone wants to collaborate or ask me for a piece for acoustic guitar, I will be very happy to destroy an acoustic guitar. I'm joking.
Well, I think you have the right audience for this. So I just think there's a question from the group. Yes, Sam. Yes, Sam, do you have a question?
Well, it's not, well, a very simple one, which is just to follow up on exactly what you just said, Amy, which is about whether you, Camilo, have ever written for a nylon string guitar or acoustic guitar with steel strings. And I was very happy to hear you say if somebody asked you. So my question is very simple. Would you like to write one?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, I'm always open to collaborate.
Well, that would be wonderful.
Because for me, it's not only to write a piece. I like to start a relationship with the performers that play my music, and I discover stuff. The performers discover stuff as well, and that's why my music is the way it is, because I try to take the long road. Because I don't want to write a simple guitar piece, because there are many wonderful guitar pieces that they are idiomatic and already written for the instrument. I'm more interested to bring the instrument towards my side of the sound world.
Yes,
so that's why it will have to be like a collaboration.
Yeah, and that's definitely how I prefer to work. Also, to play the long game. I don't know if we were actually, I think, at the Royal College of Music at the same time, so it would be wonderful to reconnect.
Yes, definitely. I think you can find my details, or we can talk later if you want to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I'm always open to collaborate with performers.
I loved your presentation, and your music sounds fantastic. So I'll be very excited to hear what you could do with some nylon strings.
Me too. That would be amazing.
So thank you so much. The 10 minutes for questions is up now. So we're going to be transitioning to our next presenter, Rita Torres. And I would just like to thank again Dr. Camilo Mendez for that wonderful presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. I put the link of an article in which I explain in more detail some of these ideas, so you can just
perfect. I'll put that online as well for people to see.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Camilo. Hello, everyone, again. It's my great pleasure to introduce the co-director of this festival, Rita Torres. She's currently a research fellow at CESAM Nova FCSH. She was previously a researcher at CESAM's branch at the University of Évora and the Research Center for Science and Technology of the Arts of the Portuguese Catholic University, and as a guest at the Institute of Musicology and Music Informatics of the Hochschule Musik in Germany. She holds a PhD in Science and Technology of the Arts from the UCP, as well as degrees in chemical engineering, guitar, music informatics, and composition. So her work as a researcher and a composer has been presented worldwide in events such as international festivals, conferences, and is currently centered on guitar multiphonics. So her presentation is Creative Processes in Composing for Guitar, an auto-investigation in retrospect. Welcome, Rita, to your own conference.
Thank you, Amy. I'll start screen sharing now. Let's see. Okay, so now it's working. So this paper is extracted from a chapter in Portuguese on all my creative processes, which I submitted 3 months ago and is still being peer reviewed. So after introducing how composers have presented their own creative processes up to now, I will give an overview of the methodologies used in the study of a creative process. I'll present my methodology and each process's data. I will compare the processes, present the main tendencies, and compare them with the global study. I will conclude with final remarks on the study's proposed and results and on the exploitation of the data. I'm not. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So am I sharing now? Sorry about this. So this was the first slide. Why is that not working? Okay. So I've gone through this. So many composers present their creative processes by simply giving an account of the process through a journal or an essay. Up to 2008, those who analyzed the process used journaling as their only method of data collection. Since 2008, composers have used other methods already in use by third persons studying the creative processes of other composers. Some of these methods imply a real-time data collection. That is, the data is collected during the composition of the piece. So the study of creative processes is a new area of research for me. Creative processes may be studied by the composers themselves or by third parties who may collect data in retrospect or in real time in a naturalistic or laboratory setting. The data analysis methods depend on the data. It may be sketch studies, an activity analysis, or both. An activity analysis usually involves carrying out a preliminary data analysis to build the analytical framework. So I chose the activity analysis approach because I do not have many sketches, since I mainly use the computer to annotate the musical text and do not always save different versions. The kind of information that I left in my traces of the processes, together with the fact that there is little investigation around the factors that inspire composers or about how initial ideas are synthesized as compositions develop, led me to analyze the processes in terms of those factors as well as other elements. My analytical framework is based on my experience of the processes and on the traces I left behind. I present and explain the information on the framework's elements through accounts. These are structured on the elements, but follow the chronology of events whenever possible. Nevertheless, I present tables with this chronology. These are not featured in this presentation, though. I search for tendencies in the processes by constant comparison, that is, by coding the elements specification and collapsing the categories under higher level categories. So this is my analytical framework. So I chose, there is a period I chose to name engagement, in which there is a stimulus, so the factor that triggered the process. And there are points of departure, or one point of departure, so the initial conditions of the process. And then there are preparation and writing periods, which sometimes alternate or overlap. In the preparation period, there is a germinal idea, so the idea that gave rise to ideas for the piece. And there are also sources of inspiration, so works or facts that give rise also to ideas for the piece. There is sometimes a form plan, so the establishment and characterization of the piece's sections, and also sometimes, most of the time, constructive principles, so principles used to determine musical parameters. Then there is a score, so the music is annotated, and also a compositional approach, and if the one that I then choose when I'm writing, based on the preparation, so the mode of thinking that gave rise and organized the musical material. And then specific for this study, for this presentation, I also talk about the unconventional techniques on the guitar. I restricted these unconventional techniques to other than those producing equal temperament tones or just intonation tones with conventional spectra. So I'm actually eliminating harmonics by this and leaving multiphonics. The processes scrutinized in this paper are those that gave rise to these pieces. 2 are for solo guitar, 1 is for guitar and voice, 2 are for amplified guitar and electronics. So 1 was written while I was studying composition, 3 were written while I was a doctoral candidate, and 1 was written while already a research fellow. So the first piece, Cyrano de Szenen, I wrote this, this was the first piece I wrote in the class of Wolfgang Riem at the Karlsruhe Music University. And so the stimulus was to develop my writing. The point of departure was the guitar, my instrument. And the germinal idea was to take inspiration from the memories I had of certain scenes from the staging of the play Cyrano de Bergerac by Edmond Rostand in my high school, in which I took part. I also took inspiration in the scenes themselves because I reread them, and also in one scene of Rappeneau's homonymous film, in the tradition of the so-called the 3 blows, which announced the beginning of a play in the theater, and in Boulet's Message Esquisse, which I heard for the first time when composing the piece and was quite impressed by the piece's energy. I did a form plan according to the scenes I would use for inspiration. Some inspirational ideas were constructive principles. So there's melodic cryptography inspired by Message Esquisse. Boulez used the name Sache. I used the name Bergerac. This third part is also inspired by the section of Message Esquisse in which the Sache pitches are played repeatedly in a fast tempo. And there's also then the name Bergerac in the end of the piece in harmonics. Then I appropriated the rhythm of the 3 blows, more specifically of the memory I had of the 3 slow beats preceded by 9 rapid beats. This is one of the versions. So this is what I had in mind. It's not exactly the same. Also I use a quasi all interval series in the end of this same part. And in regard to unconventional techniques, there's plucking at the headstock, which is this 3 blows is played at the headstock. It's one of the 2 cases of the piece. Then there's multiphonics, slide tones, plucking, the damped string at non-tempered locations. There's body percussion, nail scrapings, crossed strings, bitones, backtones, and arpeggio on the bridge. This is a summary table of the elements specification. The music was annotated with handwriting, one of the few cases in which also the final score is in handwriting. And the compositional approach was intuitive in some parts and rational in others. So Le Tombeau de Falla was written to meet a request of my friend Ana Lazi Jouvet, a singer, for a concert with guitar in Barcelona. The point of departure was were poems on the guitar or featuring the guitar by Lorca. The germinal idea came when I was searching for an ostinato to reflect the word monotonous. So I played this and Falha's piece came to my mind. So I decided to compose the piece by revisiting Falha's Homenaje. Falha was an enthusiast of deep song, a vocal form of interpretation in flamenco. And so I searched for inspiration in deep song, as well as in the habanera rhythm and the poems. My form plan was simply to order the poems, the order of the poems, which actually did not include one of them, or one of the four. I decided to put it back only after composing these first three. Again, some of the inspirational ideas were constructive principles. I used the Phrygian tonality, often present in flamenco, and the reminder of Arabic modes to paint the words "sand of the hot south." So this is sung with the pitches E, F, G sharp, A. There is also a rhythmic ostinato that consists of the habanera rhythm in slow motion. In regard to the revisitation of Homenaje, I will give one example, which took inspiration from the poem and from deep song. In deep song, the guitarist sometimes plays the falsetta, which Lorca called strings commentary. And so I decided to insert commentaries between the ostinato motive. These commentaries come from Homenaje and were inspired by the words "wine glasses shatter by dawn." This is the summary table. The music was annotated on the computer. The compositional approach was rational. The piece is basically absent from unconventional techniques. I only used multiphonics once. So, Si amanece nos vamos, if day breaks, we will be off, was written to meet a request of Jürgen Huck for his project Caprichos Goyescos, which consists in composing short caprichos for solo guitar, which depart from one of Goya's Los Caprichos. So this is an etching series. I chose this one, which depicts which is Sabbath, and this became a source of inspiration, the only one of the piece. The main element of inspiration was this black silhouette, which I interpreted as a symbol of the devil who is yet to arrive. This creates an atmosphere of suspense, which inspired the piece's germinal idea, which was to have as main gesture a dark pedal tone on the lower E, which I chose to produce with tremolato in pizzicato. But I also wanted to play multiphonics on string 6 at the same time. So I decided to explore the tremolato as form of excitation of the string when playing multiphonics, while a pedal tone with a pitch of the open string tone should be perceived. So this gives rise to a new form of multiphonics usage, with which the sounds are produced by gradually increasing the touch pressure while the pizzicato is gradually released, and then they end by executing the contrary gestures. You may read in detail about the investigation and the piece in the latest numbers of Leonardo Music Journal and Revista Vortex. There is only one constructive principle, which is tapping strings 5 and 6 a tritone apart, since this is the musical symbol of the devil. Apart from string tapping and multiphonics, there is also string rubbing and plectrum scraping while plucking. This is the summary table. I annotated the music on the computer, and the compositional approach was intuitive. So the next piece, The Fireflies Twinkling Among Leaves Makes the Stars Wonder. Well, the stimulus was my PhD examination, in which I was supposed to present an artistic implementation of the results, which included results on the amplified guitar. So the point of departure was the amplified guitar. The germinal idea was to take inspiration from characteristics of fireflies. This has to do with the piece from a friend to whom this piece is dedicated. The source of inspiration was the luminescence characteristics of fireflies, in particular those of lightning bugs, which emit light in patterns, each species with different characteristics. So this is an example for some species. I did a form plan according to the main kinds of sounds I would use. They are all of low loudness level. So the first parts or subparts would symbolize glowworms, and the sounds would be produced by rubbing the plectrum on strings 1, 2, or 3, while damping the portion of the string between the plectrum and the nut. The next subpart, this would be similar, but it would represent lightning bugs. So there's plectrum striking while damping the string also. And then the second part would represent, symbolize the stars, and there would be multiphonics. So in part 1b, the guitarist plays the first flash pattern, or the first flash of a pattern, and the electronics continues. So here, this is the result, it plays, result, and electronics. Creating a background of flash patterns that will continue to sound in part 2. Each species is also represented by a different pitch. This is the summary table. I revised the piece after writing the next piece I will talk about. And so in the Fireflies, there was appropriation of a moment of the new piece. The music was annotated on a computer, and the compositional approach was mainly rational. So the last piece, Luminescências, it was commissioned for a pedagogical project. I should write for guitar and electronics, 2 minutes for music school level. So I decided to derive the piece from the Fireflies. Although I only appropriated the rhythms of 4 flash patterns. The score was annotated on the computer, and the compositional approach was intuitive. The unconventional techniques are the same. So this is the coding of the element specification. So by level 2, we can say that the pieces were written to satisfy requests or for training purposes. In the global study, they were also written by suggestion of someone. The point of departure was either instrumentation or literature. The germinal idea was either to derive the piece from another piece or use a certain source for inspiration or a construction element. The source of inspiration stems either from the arts or biological sciences. In the global study, it stems also from the natural sciences. When there is a plan for the form, this is either of material or inspiration elements. The constructive principles are either specification of parameters or appropriation. The music was mainly annotated on a computer, and the compositional approach was either intuitive or rational. The unconventional techniques give rise to noisy sounds or non-equally tempered tones. These are the tendencies summarized. The results reflect those of the global study, except that in the global study, the germinal idea was more often derivation, and the compositional approach was more often rational. So this study and the global study give an insight of the way I create musical compositions, as well as of the methodology I use to compare the processes and the results of this comparison. The results of this specific study on the guitar pieces show that the processes do not differ from those for other instruments in regard to the elements analyzed, and that I prefer unconventional techniques that produce non-tempered tones. The study provides other researchers with material for further investigation, And it can also be useful for student composers because it presents them with compositional devices with which they may not yet be acquainted, and also because it may lead them to new ideas. So if you would like to know more about my work, you can visit my website. I will now stop sharing the screen.
Thank you so much, Rita. So we're going to open the floor for questions now. If you're in the Zoom chat, you can just turn your video on and we will see you. And if you have questions in Facebook, you can just simply add them to the chat and I'll send them over to Rita. But one thing we have a question from Camilo, so I'll let you start, Camilo.
It's muted.
Oh, sorry. Long time no see. How are you doing?
Fine, thanks.
So I just have one question that is probably two, but I think you said something that I thought it was very beautiful. So you said that some of your processes were intuitive and some processes were rational when you were composing. So I would like to know what will be the contrary. How can you compose a piece without using your intuition and without being rational? Because I would love to do that.
No, what I mean, maybe, yeah, I did not really define those two adjectives. No, this means intuitive. I did not have any plan. I did not pre-compose. No, I just I just picked up the guitar and started playing, and there was nothing was really specified. And with rational, I know what I want to do, you know. So of course there is intuitive and irrational. But it's mainly one or the other. So I know I want to do this, and then I want to do this. Yeah. So for example, the Cyrano Tsenen, the parts inspired in Message Esquisse. So I know I want to have first a lot of B's B flats. In this case was a German name. And then I want to go from that B flat to E, you know, and then do a lot of repeated E's. So, okay, so in between those, yeah, it was intuitive, the pitches in between those. But the main mode of thinking was rational. This is what I meant by those two, yeah.
Nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If there are any other questions, just feel free to start your video and we will see you. I was also really intrigued by the rational versus intuitive. I was wondering whether you saw, as a part of your investigation, that the pieces tended to go one direction or another based on whether it was rational or intuitive.
Yeah, good question. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. With rational, I know what I want to do, and and intuitive. I mean, yeah, maybe intuitive. I mean, leads to some rational thinking. Then, no, you play something, and then you start thinking about that, and maybe there's some rational thinking in between. Yeah.
Is it a different experience as a composer, in terms of like a personal experience of composing in both of those modes for you? Or is it the same whether it's rational or intuitive?
I think with rational you have a how do you say a net. You know, you feel more secure. You know what you will be doing.
Yeah.
With intuitive, you don't know where you're going. No.
So I'd just like to invite more questions for Rita. Just going to wait a moment. Mark, please unmute if you can.
There we go, unmuted now. Thank you for that, Rita. That was really interesting. I was interested in the work you did on the Lorca poem, and I'd just like to know a little bit more about your approach to working with text, and if that's something you do a lot, and you know, how you really.
Actually, yeah, I feel comfortable actually working with text, with poems. and it's a totally different compositional approach. It's much less unconventional, because I sing what I want to write. Yeah, so it's actually not so weird writing. It's more traditional writing.
So would you say that, going back to the last question, is that more intuitive then?
Yes, in a way, yes. Yeah. Although I don't know. I mean, yeah, it was. So the guitar in that piece was more rational and the voice more intuitive. Yes. Yes,
Okay.
but I like working full voice. It's also again, it's you know where you're going. You have a leading element.
Sure, it helps with the structure and the form of the piece, I guess.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi, Rita.
Hi, Martin.
Hi. When you're talking about the improvisational aspects, when you start working on the piece, does that come into the piece, and do you notate it in some way?
I would say that happened more in the first piece. Yes, I started notating what I was playing. But then actually I have played less and less. I hardly play nowadays. So I improvise less. Yes, so I think that would be the answer. So nowadays not so much. It's more, yeah, maybe it's more rational.
Is there freedom in the score writing for the performer?
Sometimes, yes, but most of the time I would say no.
Yeah, it's an interesting.
Yeah, in the piece,
interesting connection.
Yeah, in the piece with electronics, for example, yes, the player may start another flash pattern when he wishes, or in the piece for Jürgen Rock, it's full of I don't know if you saw, it's full of fermata, and so you may take your time before proceeding.
Yeah, I took lots of screenshots, so
I can send you the presentation if you want.
Okay. Nice to see you.
Same.
Good morning from Brazil.
Hi.
How are you, Rita?
Oi, tudo bem?
Very good. Tudo bom, Rita? Tudo bom. I'm asking to you, I saw beautiful images from other fonts. Do you always use this approach, or is this for this research? Is the first, and why is it so important to you?
I didn't understand. Beautiful images from what?
From other fonts.
Other fonts. Yes. Yeah. No, it's essential for me. I usually search. It's also there is usually an external font.
Why is it so important to you? Explain to us.
No, maybe it's not important. It's the way I go further. It's my aid. Yeah. I hardly start from a musical idea. Yeah. So I do not have musical ideas. I have they all come from extra musical.
Because you take from the images, and you can transform them into music, and I like this approach.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You too.
Thank you so much, Rita. So that's the time we have for questions for today. So what we're going to do now is move to our next presenter.
Bye-bye.
Welcome. Present made in 2018. Here's a video of the album's title track. I situate this artistic research at a cross-section of 1. An idea for a simple, small-scale folk instrument. 2. A set of non-folk musical ideas that I've discarded across several decades. And 3. A love for the combination of nylon strings and hand percussion, primarily influenced by Brazilian music. I treat music itself as my primary sources rather than written texts, based on my fundamental belief that 1. It's impossible to aim for an objective, academic, and analytical distance to your own music making, and 2. If I engage in too many discussions about other discussions about making music, I drift away from making music. Because of this, the actual music will take up at least as much as my comments in this exposition. And exposition is a term preferred in artistic research rather than paper or talk. A word or two about norms before I present the project. First, gender. My presentation has an unfortunate male bias because the field where plucked instruments are used to renew the Scandinavian folk music has only recently started to reflect talented female performers such as Marit Felt, who is also active in questioning assumptions about heteronormativity in trad music circles. And second, diversity. Since I position myself in relation to a field of musicians reimagining Scandinavian traditional music, my cultural ethnic frame of reference in this exposition is predominantly white, to an extent that does not reflect my listening preferences on a larger scale, or indeed the outward appearance of Scandinavian society in 2021. Coincidentally, I'm currently working on a different project where I use the guitar as a reminder that the Sami and Roma populations in Norway have been essential to the development of mainstream Norwegian traditional music. And lastly, the environment. I disseminate my musical investigations in the digital domain, primarily through the European Open Access Database Research Catalog, and I use simple home technology to document my work. For example, my Pro Tools rig is from 2006. I hope to do as little damage as possible to the environment through these choices. The first main part of this project is about the instrument and a surprisingly simple discovery I made. In the late 1990s, I developed an interest in double-coursed stringed instruments tuned to fifths. My initial inspiration was David Lindley's use of Celtic bouzoukis and mandolas, but I quickly discovered that Scandinavian musicians and luthiers had created their own spin on this family of instruments. The most important development seems to have come from Sweden's Ale Möller, who brought back from Greece his love for bouzoukis and encouraged luthiers such as Christer Odin to develop 5-course, fifth-tuned octave mandolins. The fifths tuning is well suited for staying close to the fiddle. As time has moved on, luthiers and musicians, such as Möller and Odin, have introduced old and new ideas such as micro-frets to approximate the non-Western tonalities of fiddling practices, and extended fretboards, sometimes with flicks and levers, to efficiently lower the courses further. This has yielded a field of players, particularly in Sweden but also in Norway, of guitarists playing traditional tunes in this lower medieval-sounding register, aided by the extra bass drones that the fifth course offers. Notable names would be Villads Hoffman and Daniel Fredriksson, and Daniel kindly shot these photos of his Odin låtmandola for me to use here. I did my own run of experiments with these Cittern family instruments, and I quickly decided I wanted a guitar-shaped body for playing comfort as well as sound. This idea was borrowed from British luthier Stefan Sobel. Luthier Arnt Rian built 2 magnificent guitar bouzoukis for me, but I got physical fatigue from years of playing the scale lengths, as well as a yearning to hear the sound of single nylon strings rather than double metal ones. Derek Ripper, Ralph Towner, and Sofia Boros were important influences here. I still wanted to stay in fifths tuning though. Some guitarists, notably Hans Besemer, have tuned conventional classical guitars in fifths, keeping all 6 strings. That takes away the connection to the fiddle for me, and the full scale length can cause strains on my hands. I had my guitar technician re-rig a cheap, mass-produced 3/4 sized Yamaha classical guitar from 6 to 4 strings. All it took was adding 2 slots in the nut and drilling 2 more string holes in the bridge. For once, one of my experimental ideas for an instrument actually worked on the first attempt. This is a wedding march from the traditional repertoire in my part of the world on the same day that I got the instrument. The cheap little Yamaha worked perfectly for the writing and recording of the Eon album, particularly after I got help finding customized string gauges for the specific pitches. However, I decided that I wanted a luthier-built model with the same measurements to see how far I could bring this idea. Swedish luthier Tycho Runesson ended up building a wonderful specimen for me. Then for the music. Since the turn of the millennium, I've tried to learn and adapt traditional fiddle music from the middle part of Norway and Sweden. I came into it fairly late, and I didn't grow up with it. Since I've listened to the same wide range of music as any musically smitten person in my generation, it's only natural that I'd start merging the influences from Norwegian folk music with other strains. I'll show 2 examples. First, here's a regrettably distorted cassette recording from a jazz rock fusion gig of original material in 1988. Me and my friends were trying and failing to sound like British genius Alan Holsworth. And here's a version of the same idea for the little 4-string guitar. This idea found its way into a neo-Norwegian tune of mine, filmed as I had just picked up the newly built instrument inside Tycho Runesson's workshop in Switzerland. here's another idea. This one's a little bit tango influenced, written on a budget synthesizer 30 years ago and left to wither in a drawer for several decades. It's probably got something to do with both Marcus Miller's work on Miles Davis's Todo, as well as David Gamson's programming for Scritti Politti. I kneaded the same idea into a Norwegian traditional pulse rhythm. And this idea found its way into one of the tunes I recorded for Eon with percussionist Sondre Michaelsen. To sum this up in a few short points, For this particular project, I was having a conversation with myself from 30 years ago, reusing discarded ideas and getting the bonus of catharsis and reignition from a writing process. A rejection from an artistic research publication called the project too subjective at its core, and I agree. Though the artistic result is as far as I could push this instrument at the time, and the batch of tunes from Eon will be with me for a long time. If I can claim a distinct result from Eon, it is to have introduced a guitar instrument inspired by a neo-folk tradition, but which is playable in a fully chromatic sense due to its shorter scale length and nylon strings. Moving freely between folk fiddle influences and other more wide-ranging musical ideas then becomes possible, and that is the intersection where I search for artistic expression and individuality at the moment. Picking up non-folk ideas from my past and merging them with rhythmic and melodic codes from traditional Scandinavian music was the starting point for this part of my creative development. And current and future work. I'm currently making the best of the pandemic situation by trying to compose new music. And the tunes I'm writing right now also start out from Norwegian fiddle phrases, but this time I expand them even further. For example, by putting them into time signatures that deviate from the dance rhythms they stem from. These new time signatures provide me with rhythmic schemes that I stick to throughout the compositions, so I task myself with creating melodic material outwards in a process that includes influences such as modern Brazilian music and polymetrics. A quick example of this is the tune Dunun, which steals the melodic contour of a phrase played by Norwegian master fiddler Knut Buen in a traditional gangar, which means walking tune. Here's the phrase. And then I imitate that phrase vaguely and expand on it and answer it. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention.
Hello everyone again. It's my great pleasure to introduce Andreas Asche, and he's a Norwegian guitarist who specializes in writing and performing music that emanates from the quirky rhythms and phrases of Nordic traditions. So on his sixth solo album, Eon, he is accompanied by percussionist Sondre Mikkelsen, and through a batch of 8 original jazz folk tunes with an acoustic and modern tinge. He has performed in North America, Germany, Scandinavia, and Great Britain, and he records for Aura Phonogram and plays instruments by luthiers Arndt Ryan and Tycho Runeson. Welcome, Andreas, And I would just like to say, if there are any people in the Zoom chat who want to ask questions, simply turn on your video and we will see you. For people in the Facebook chat, simply add your question and I will relay it to Andreas. So the first thing I would like to ask you is, you do so much work with Nordic traditions and folk music. What do you see as the connection between traditional folk music and the 21st century guitar?
I'm sorry, the 21st century what?
Guitar.
Well, I've always been interested in performers who have an improvisational practice built into their music, be it compositional or purely performative. And in a lot of cases, in my own country included, for the longest time, improvisation and North American idioms were more or less synonymous, probably because of the success in relaying this through educational institutions over the past, say, 4 or 5 decades. And I always thought that we have other traditions. There are Arabic ones, there are, of course, Indian ones, there are South American ones. Improvisation is everywhere. And curiously, though, my idea for sort of modernizing the Scandinavian folk tradition and building improvisation into it may seem quite obvious. Not a lot of people are doing it. So that was my idea, hence the repertoire you just heard some excerpts from.
Thank you. So I just want to mention again to people in the Zoom room, just turn on your video if you would like to ask Andreas a question, and we will see if there are some questions online as well. You just have to put them into the Facebook chat and we will receive them. So where do you see your work going in future?
Well, the last tune probably indicated I'm sort of expanding it inch by inch. The beautiful thing, my girlfriend says that it's funny because I finish writing my new album every day. And I say every evening when I go to bed that now it's finished. And the next morning I start tweaking it again. But it's exploring more improvisation. It's building more polyrhythms, polymetrics into it. It's trying to widen the tonality. In Norway and in Scandinavia, we have Lydian tonality as the predominant traditional tonality. And I've been thinking, can I keep the inflections from Scandinavian dance rhythms and sort of introduce wider tonalities, not in dense, dissonant, dominant expectation from what you could simplistically call the jazz traditions, but maybe wider harmonic concepts, wide pentatonics. That's a term I'm sort of getting acquainted with right now.
Sounds wonderful. I'm just going to wait a minute or so and see if there are questions from the Zoom room or Facebook. One moment. Yes, question from Sam.
Hi, Andreas. I just wondered.
Hi, Sam.
Understand about the tuning in fifths for the relationship with the violin and folk fiddle. I wondered whether you had considered having an instrument with more strings, adding something above and something below to enhance it. You know, not just changing the scale length. I know you talked about the physical impact of the scale length on, you know, for yourself, but I wondered whether you consider the radius of the neck and adding more strings above or below.
Absolutely, and the common thing in Sweden is for people to play 5-chorded instruments. So they would have like a low C. My lowest note at the moment is F. Most Swedes have a low C, and they can theorbo it down through a lever that I mentioned, down to B flat. But what that seems to present me with is that once you get that range, there isn't, for me at least, you know, the chromatic access, the freedom to sort of move around the way I want to. And the lower strings tend, at least in the practice today that I hear around me, they tend to become drone strings, which is a wonderful tradition that I love and adore.
But that's what I was trying to get away from. I wanted something that connected more to, say, South American classical guitar music, or like Villalobos, or music like that. But of course, we're gearheads. There are always things under consideration. Amy just asked me about future work, and I've commissioned a mandocello with nylon strings from the same builder. It would give me twice the amount of strings, and but still 4 courses. And I'll stick with that for now. Yeah.
Okay, very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's wonderful. So we'll just wait one moment more to see if there's one more question. I believe that's all the questions that we have for today. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
So we're going to move to our next presentation now. Hello, everyone. Our next presentation is from Yair Ricardo and Amanda Carpinedo. So I'm going to introduce the two of them. Yair finished his master's degree in musical arts at the Facultade de Ciencias Sociais e Humanas at the Universidade Nova de Lisboa in 2019. Apart from his work as a composer and music editor, he works as a researcher at the University of Évora in the project PASSIVE, while is also affiliated with SESEM and Nova FCSH, investigating opera and contemporary music. Amanda Carpinedo holds a Master in Music degree from the University of Aveiro. Her research focuses on the elaboration of arrangements for solo guitar using percussive techniques. She has a bachelor's degree in music and music education at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul in Brazil. So they have a poster, and I'm going to include the link in Facebook right now, and also in the Zoom chat. So their presentation is titled Onda a Sombra de Telti, Conversation between Cryptographic Composition and Percussive Techniques for Solo Guitar.
Amanda Carpinedo will be sharing her research regarding new possibilities between cryptographic composition and percussive guitar practice. Using cryptographic techniques to many composers may be regarded simply as a way to inscribe new meaning on their pieces, to express a private or admitted symbolism that alters nothing in the intrinsic character of the music. Such possibilities stand out prominently in Alban Berg's Lyrisch Suite. At first, this string quartet was defined by its programmatic nature, almost an autobiographical description of a deep, passionate love. Later on, another analysis of the manuscript unveiled passages alongside some literary fragments, where the music seems to be a syllabic setting of the text, which implies that these moments might have been intended for a singing voice. Yet further analysis singles out 4 notes chosen by the composer. Berg uses the motif A, B flat, B natural, and F, which in German notation represents his initials and those of his lover, unfolding yet another appropriation of text as inspiration and drive for a composer's creative process. This motif is repeated several times, in this order or with small variations. Far from being the first example of this musical codification, many other composers have exploited the correspondences between notes and the ways in which they may be represented by letters or numbers. J.S. Bach's example might be the most famous one, the Bach motif, comprising the notes B flat, A, C, and B natural, used extensively by Bach himself, but also by many other composers after him. Following this thread of homage, composers such as Maurice Ravel and Arthur Honegger encrypted different names within different motifs. Both composers created a cipher system in which notes, as before, were associated with letters, but repeated the diatonic scale to comprise the entire alphabet. Taking it further, Olivier Messiaen developed this langage communicable, associating not only the music notes but also a duration or a direction to individual letters, creating a personal sonic alphabet, a rather unique tool for composing. With much more examples and developments left aside, like Michael Haydn's cipher, but eager to exploit the musical diversity of processes inspired by these approaches, I'll now illustrate some of my own musical cryptographic prototypes, following the mentioned methods of using text as musical data, and crafting it as structure and guideline as much as limitation. Charles Bukowski's quote, "We are like roses," from his poem Finish, will be shown as an example of my methodological process. The simplest transcription regarding note duration prevailed as a simple association of individual characters, each one with the value of an eighth note. A simple syllabic separation was incorporated to achieve some rhythmic variation, as well as a retrograde version of the rhythmic transcription. Regarding the note itself, the whole alphabet was comprised, in this case, within a sequence from the baseline notes of a song, instead of a scale. And again, almost like a 12-tone row, there's the prime version of the alphabetic cipher system, as well as its retrograde version, creating more options and variations. Here is the first draft of a rhythmic and note codification merge of the sentence "We are like roses," created as the introduction for a percussive guitar piece. And now you'll be able to hear how these first codification processes worked out, illustrating a fragment of the possibilities of the compositional process described above and its further developments.
I'm Amanda. My contribution in this work is the result of my research into the theme of the percussive guitar. Based on bibliographic research and experimentation, I propose some strategies on how to incorporate percussive elements in arrangement and composition in an idiomatic way for the solo guitar. To understand the context in which the percussive researches are included, some references were searched to define concepts such as instrumental technique, extended technique, and percussive technique on the guitar. As instrumental technique, we understand from Rosetta Scott that techniques that which allows an idea, a concept, or even an artistic desire to be concretized in a work or creative process. For extended technique, although this nomenclature is not used in an unanimous form among the authors, I choose to use the definition of Padovani and Ferraz, which characterize the extended technique as ways of playing an instrument or using the voice that are different from the previously established standards. For Murray, every time an extended technique is taken up, it requires a new experimentation for its suitability. Although information about the origin of the use of percussive research in guitar practice is still imprecise, it was found that the use of such research occurred in different stylistic manifestations, as the flamenco, classical, and popular guitar, for example. In this way, the percussive guitar can be observed from several perspectives. Taking into account the dichotomy that still exists between the classical guitar versus the popular guitar, it was observed that the insertion of extended techniques and the incorporation of percussive sounds and noise effects found on the guitar sometimes bothered purists who consider this insertion undesirable. This point of view can be seen through what the guitarist and composer Arthur Campella states. Despite what Campella says, when observed the percussive guitar approach in contexts associated with the popular guitar, we did not find such strangeness. On the opposite, the incorporation of percussive research from the 1980s onwards became one of the characteristics of what is known as fingerstyle guitar, and thus began the rise and spread of this form of technical approach. In order to understand the percussive possibilities of the guitar, a bibliographical research was done simultaneously with the timbre exploration of the instrument. The main reference for this work were the mapping made by Souza and Fernandes and Joseph Itzal. Based on the results of these authors, I decided to do my own mapping, and for this I divide the guitar into 6 main regions. Each region went through timbre experimentation, and after some tests I divide each region in 3 main sub-regions according to the pitches: bass, middle and treble. The 6 main regions are top, bridge, strings, side, back and neck head. To make the mapping easier to understand, the primary color red is used to delimit the sub-region where the timbre is bass, yellow for the medium sub-region and blue for the treble. Knowing the relevance that technique has in the execution of percussive research, it is also necessary to map the performer's hand and understand all the possibilities that could be extracted. Based on some survey in the literature, the nomenclature of the hand parts was designed to be didactically accessible, easily memorable and understandable, and also avoid dubious abbreviations. A character was chosen to represent each region of the instrument. The selection was based on bibliographic research and the possibilities existing in the free editing software MuseScore 3. Furthermore, I chose to use an auxiliary stave with 2 lines to distinguish the pitches of each region. In relation to the actions to be performed through the technique in a certain place of the instrument, these were catalogued by Souza and Fernandes and can be described through dragging, striking, pinching, muffled lead, and strumming. The actions must be understood as the gesture performed to obtain a certain sound results. To integrate percussive research to the cryptographic composition entitled Onde a Sombra de Ti, composed by João Ricardo, the following strategies were used: filling off long notes, attacking pinching the strings with the finger of the left hand, glissandi, intermittent or simultaneous action to the melody, percussive section, during the attack of free strings, tambora and tapping. For a better comprehension of the action to be taken, a performance note was used with diagrams indicating the place to be played. In addition, each action contains a short video in which the action is exemplified. The video can be accessed through a link if the score is read in PDF or through a QR code if it's printed. We should say that both the cryptographic process and the percussive guitar techniques and notation were developed prior to the present investigation. What exposed here are not some example of individual process, but also its early development regarding our ongoing collaboration, the possibilities of cryptographic compositional techniques on percussive guitar practice and vice versa.
So, this was a sneak peek of the results of this symbiotic project, as a quick illustration of our work. And after this presentation, we hope you enjoy our piece on the Sombra de Ti.
Welcome back, everybody. So we're here for a Q&A session with Jan and Amanda. Again, if you're in the Zoom room, simply show your video and we will see you. If you have questions from the Facebook chat, just simply put your question there and we will see it. My question right off the bat is I'm very curious about the collaborative nature of the process between the two of you. So can you elaborate a bit more on your collaboration?
Yes, I can start. So I had some drafts, so to speak, of that of the cryptographic processes, as it was my master thesis, and I developed some other examples, and this one was created for Amanda, so to speak. So we then shared some Zoom meetings discussing what to do, how to do it, where to focus more on the percussive side, or to let the guitar breathe, and there it was like that.
And Amanda?
Hello, it's really nice to be here. João gave me a lot of freedom to make my own ideas in the piece, and we change a little things to fit the percussions, and it's really nice. I could put my own ideas in his piece and use the strategies that I work in my masters to put the research, percussive research into another piece by arrangements, and it's a little different to work with a composition. because I have to respect some limits. But it's really nice to work with João, and I think the result was really, really good.
I think so too. And I just want to mention that the entire piece is, of course, going to be aired in the next couple of days, I believe tomorrow. So,
Yes.
So I'm just going to leave the floor open for a minute or so and just let people come in to be able to ask you questions. Matilda. Oh, turn your microphone on.
Hi. I really loved your poster. I have a quick question about how was the process of mapping the guitar for the notation, if you use something that was done before, or if it's all your work, and what was the process? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question. It's both an experimentation of timbring, and I try to make it disorganized, to make it simple to people understand, because it's really impossible to mapping all the timbring, and it's really, really difficult. So I try to make just 3 pitches: bass, middle, and treble. And yes, I do a lot of research to find explanation, but this kind of materials is a poor poor publications about the percussive research. So I found 2, and it's Joseph Sal that I cited in a presentation, and Souza Fernandes, some researchers here in Brazil that is trying to do this kind of mapping. But I try to simplify to make it they understand more easy.
Do you think this this kind of mapping could be used as a standard? Is there a way we can you guys, not me, you guys could make it as a standard for other composers to use, so it's more clear for performers, so we don't always have to go back to the front of the score to see what we have to do? We have a more standardized notation for percussive scores.
Yeah, this is my dream now to make this system, you know. But it have to be learned also music notation, you know. But it's what I do. It's my research, my mission. I know, and João can answer because he tried to apply.
Yes, on our first piece, I didn't know. I didn't have the full work of Amanda, so I couldn't write myself what I intended to hear as percussion. And in this example that we presented on this new piece, I was already able to write some notation based on Amanda's work, and I believe it is, when you get used to it, it's quite intuitive and explanatory. It's really good.
Thank you, guys. Great work.
Thank you.
So I'll just open the floor again for any questions. I think that might be all the questions that we have for today, but thank you so much for that wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. So we're going to be moving to our next presentation now in a few minutes. Hello, everyone. So our next presenter is somebody who will be very familiar to you, as he was the co-director of the 21st Century Guitar in 2019 when it was held in Ottawa. Jason Noble has composed extensively for the guitar, largely through his long-term collaboration with the award-winning Canadian guitarist Steve Cowan. So the first piece that Noble composed for Cowan's Shadow Prism appears on Cowan's debut album Pour Guitare, and is published by Les Productions d'Oz. And it's also going to be performed on Wednesday by Michael Ibsen. So an active researcher as well as composer, Noble's creative work frequently draws directly on his academic research. Noble and Cowan recently published an article detailing their timbre-based compositions in Samboard Scholar. So Noble is currently a postdoctoral fellow at the Université de Montréal, where his work focuses on using speech and dialect as a foundation for music creation. His presentation is titled A Case Study of the Challenges and Advantages of Composing for Guitar Orchestras, Fantaisie Harmonique.
Hi, Jason Noble. I'm a fellow at Université de Montréal, and I'm very happy to be presenting a project that I've been working on for a long time with my good friend and colleague Steve Cowan. Many thanks to Amy and Rita for organizing this great event and for giving me the opportunity to speak. Our title is A Case Study of the Challenges and Advantages of Composing for Guitar Orchestras, and I'll be discussing my piece Fantaisie Harmonique, which was composed for the first edition of this conference in Ottawa 2019. The piece is for guitar double orchestra, one orchestra of classical guitars and the other of electric guitars, with 6 parts in each orchestra. The image on the slide might be familiar to many people at this conference. It was taken during the premiere of my piece, and maybe some of you were at that concert or have seen documentation afterwards. In this presentation, I will provide some background for my piece and discuss some aspects of it that I hope will be of general interest to composers, orchestrators, and guitarists. So my introduction to composing for guitar came through my collaboration with Steve Cowan. The first piece I wrote for him, Shadow Prism, has gained international success, and we are currently working on an album together. After the premiere of Fantaisie Harmonique, a few weeks later, Steve told me that he had had a dream in which he played all 12 parts of the piece and made a multi-track recording as a one-man orchestra. So we took that as a sign and did it. And we're excited to share that complete recording with you at the end of this presentation. Steve had that idea before the pandemic, but it made for an ideal COVID project, and we were able to record at McGill University last August, even though most on-campus activities were still suspended at that time, and still are today. The audio is a binaural mix of a 3D recording, so we recommend listening with headphones so that you can appreciate the 3D effects. And Steve and I have been very fortunate to work with an amazing team, including audio wizard Denis Martin and assistant engineers Nicolas Pelletier and William Sylvain. We also reached out to German light artist Kurt Laurent Steinert, who did the original 360-degree projections at the premiere concert in Ottawa. We commissioned Laurent to create digital animation to go with the recording, and we have that to show you today. And it will eventually be adapted into a 3D video and virtual reality experience by another artist named Simon Rouillet. Finally, we have benefited greatly from collaboration of acoustician Caroline Traub and tonmeister Martha Di Francisco. At the time I was composing Fantaisie Harmonique, I was a postdoctoral researcher with the ACTOR project, which stands for Analysis, Creation, and Teaching of Orchestration. ACTOR also funded the recording and video we're presenting today. We're very grateful for their support. So one of the major goals of the ACTOR project is to develop a theory of orchestration on par with theories of other aspects of music like harmony and counterpoint. I'm not going to go too far into orchestration theory here today, but I do want to touch on it briefly because I thought about it a lot while composing Fantaisie Harmonique. The leader of the ACTOR project, music psychologist Stephen McAdams, defines orchestration as the choice, combination, or juxtaposition of sounds to achieve a musical end. In theory, this definition is extremely broad, encompassing all possible sounds, but in practice, the term has usually been applied to the sounds of musical instruments, especially the instruments of the symphony orchestra. And orchestral effects have been conceived in terms of instrumental combinations. This diagram shows the kinds of orchestral effects that we're talking about, organized hierarchically in an orchestral effects taxonomy that has been worked out by Stephen McAdams. The bottom level shows the formation of musical events such as notes or chords, with sounds either blending together or separating into distinct timbres. The middle level shows the formation of larger musical events over time, such as melodies or textures, and once again, sounds either integrate together or segregate apart. The top level shows even larger units, such as musical sections and orchestral gestures, which might contrast in various ways or might involve a progressive development of timbre. At each of these levels, in a nutshell, some orchestral effects are based on similarity, and others are based on difference. Orchestral effects categories might be distinct in theory, but of course in real music the situation is a lot more continuous and fluid than that. Composers might gradually move from one category to another, or might introduce competing cues that might suggest one or another depending on how the listener directs their attention. These categories can be used creatively and with varying degrees of clarity. Just as in tonal music, a composer might either firmly establish a tonal center or might vaguely and ambiguously imply it. And I want to make that point because I personally love music that dances on the threshold between categories, introduces some ambiguity that can be heard in different ways, and I tried to achieve that with Fantaisie Harmonique. If you're interested in learning more about the orchestral effects taxonomy, there's lots of information on the ACTOR website. Okay. When analyzing music for mixed ensembles, like the symphony orchestra, similarity and difference are often based on different kinds of instruments. But the situation is a bit different when orchestrating for homogeneous ensembles, such as guitar orchestras, because they consist of all the same kind of instruments. I think that situations like this make a case that orchestration is better conceived in terms of sound qualities than instrumental differences. The orchestral effects named in the taxonomy can all be produced in homogeneous ensembles as well, but the orchestrator cannot base those effects on differences between instruments. They must instead think carefully about qualities such as attack transients, spectral content, pitch structures, dynamic contours, and real or virtual spatial locations in order to manage which sounds will combine and which will separate. For effects based on similarity, such as textural integration, homogeneous ensembles have a natural advantage because similar instruments are well suited to produce timbres that are likely to group together. For effects based on difference, such as stratification of musical layers, homogeneous ensembles have a natural disadvantage, but one that can be overcome with careful crafting of timbres by the orchestrator. Composing for homogeneous ensembles also affords an unparalleled opportunity to dive into the specific features of an instrument, similar to the way that you would write for a solo instrument but multiplied to symphonic proportions. It unlocks the emergent textures and timbres that expand the instrument's possibilities, with the potential of transforming the instrument's character into something really new. Our recording engineer, Denis Martin, remarked that he could imagine some listeners not even recognizing that Fantaisie Harmonique is a guitar piece because the timbre is transformed through this homogeneous ensemble. But ironically, the transformed character came from extensively exploiting guitar-specific features. Now, I'm going to spend some time talking about these today. They include natural harmonics and open strings, a complex guitar-specific tuning system, attack qualities and coordination, and distortion and volume control on the electric guitars. So starting with the natural harmonics and open strings. If I'm going to be perfectly honest, the idea of composing a piece entirely for natural harmonics and open strings grew out of my unfamiliarity with the guitar. When Steve commissioned me to write Shadow Prism 5 or 6 years ago, I was intimidated by the instrument because it is so hard for non-guitarists to visualize how polyphonic fingerings are going to work. But natural harmonics and open strings alleviate that problem, because the fingers only need to touch the node at the moment of the pluck and are then free to move to the next position. I also adore the sound of harmonics on the guitar, and I imagined that combining them in great densities could produce a very beautiful effect. So that's what I did in Shadow Prism, and I was very encouraged by the results. The piece has been received very positively by performers and audiences. It's now published by Production d'Oz, and it is available on 2 commercial recordings, Steve's debut album Pour Guitare and Ben Diamond's album Prime. So, bolstered by these results, I decided to expand the concept to a piece for guitar orchestra. The notation that I adopted for the piece requires a little explaining. Some performers have found it a bit intimidating at first, but once you get the hang of it, it's quite manageable, leaving lots of choice and freedom to the performer. What you see on the left of this slide is a full page of the score, and on the right you see an enlarged portion of one of the parts. So focus there on the enlarged portion. It's like a flowchart with options for pathways specified by these arrows between the nodes. And they're all on the table. You can bounce between any nodes freely for the duration of this network. And that duration is specified above the staff. It's hard to see because it's so small, but in seconds up here. To make it easier to read and to see what options are available, I grouped different nodes together, such as here, for example, you can see we've got 2 different possibilities for harmonics available on the 4th string. So the idea is all possible pathways are open, but we want all consecutive harmonics to be on different strings so that they have a chance to resonate over one another. So if you come to this note over here, then pick one of the 3 in there before moving over to here or to whichever one you want to, and you pick one out of that node before moving on to the next. You also see that for each one of these parts there is a small staff above, and that is where you see the sounding pitches, because here we have the positions for performing these harmonics as if it were in standard tuning, but in fact each one of these different parts is in a different tuning that was worked out, and I'm going to talk about that in a little bit more detail in just a minute. Because the order and the rhythm of the notes is left to the free choice of the performer in sections like this, recording it is in a way easier. Steve didn't have to shoot for a perfect take of each one. He just had to make sure that the harmonics sounded well and that an interesting variety of pitches came out to help shape the global soundscape. And that's one reason that it was possible for him to learn all 12 parts and record them in just 2 days in the studio. So let's have a look at that guitar-specific tuning system. I call it guitar-specific because it is meant to work idiomatically for the guitar and is not necessarily transferable to other instruments. Now, it's quite possible that another instrument could produce all of these same pitches, but it's doubtful that any other instrument besides the guitar could produce them with the same accuracy and ease, because they're all realized as open strings and natural harmonics, and so therefore a Fantaisie harmonique would be very difficult to reorchestrate for any other ensemble. The tuning system, as I mentioned, divides each orchestra into 6 different groups, and for each group it tunes the 6 open strings of the guitar to 2 different major triads. So we're going to look at group 3 here, which uses the exact same scordatura tuning as Shadow Prism. And it retunes the open strings from the standard E, A, D, G, B, E to E flat, A, C sharp, G, B flat, E, which works out to an E flat major triad and an A major triad. The strings of the third of each chord, G and C sharp, are tuned in just intonation to the roots by specifying which harmonics on the string should precisely align, resulting in microtonal deviations from equal temperament on those strings. Instructions are provided in the scoring parts on which harmonics need to align for that just intonation to work. So for example, in this case, the 4th fret harmonic on the low E flat string and the 12th fret harmonic on the G string need to match. To help performers get used to the tuning system and notation, Steve prepared instructional videos for each group. Here's an example.
Group 3, first thing I'm going to do is with the tuner, tune the roots and the fifths of these triads to equal temperament. So, my low E, I'm in standard, my low E should now become an E flat. Use a tuner, unlike me. Okay, that's E flat, this is already an A. B is going to become B flat. A's already an E. This is an easy one. Lucky group 3. Okay, then I'm going to be tuning the 3rd string so that the 3rd of the chord is just in tone. So that is 9th fret on the 6th string to 12th fret on the 3rd string. It's a little sharp, so you got to lower it a little bit. Until they sound the same. And the next one, we're going to tune the 9th fret, 5th string to 5th fret of the 4th string. So that's got to come down. Again, adjusting the 4th string to match the 5th.
Each orchestral group is treated similarly with 2 different triads, and the result is a global tuning system that covers all 12 major triads in root position and just intonation. An interesting result of the system is that no 2 groups have exactly the same tuning for any string. The total pitch collection used in Fantaisie Harmonique consists of these open strings as shown in the table, plus natural harmonics on the 12th, 7th, 5th, and 4th fret of each string, resulting in a total of 30 pitches per guitar group, or 180 pitches altogether. That pitch collection is most foregrounded in a middle section of the piece, which presents an extended Hocketing section with smooth microtonal melodic lines divided between 6 solo guitars. Steve did an amazing job of performing all of these parts accurately with a click track, but we also had the luxury of tightening things up in post-production where necessary to make it sound as smooth and even as possible. So this section is definitely a challenge to perform live when the line is divided by 6 people in real time, but it is possible with a committed group of performers. And to try and make things a little easier, as you see in the score excerpt here, I showed the harmonic position plus the sounding pitch for each part, and then in addition to that, I added a pitch reduction above the staff that everybody can see, so that the conductor and performers can see how the lines all fit together. Here's a video excerpt that we took in the studio during a mixing session for this section. Another specific feature of the guitar that I wanted to exploit in this piece is the attack quality of strummed chords. And after talking to conductors and guitarists, I gather that getting the attacks synchronized is a major challenge for guitar orchestras. And that makes sense to me because the 6 strings are all going to be attacked at slightly different times, and the attacks themselves can be quite sharp and distinct for this instrument. But I find that degree of asynchrony between the attacks is not necessarily a flaw that needs to be ironed out. I find it can be a different kind of beauty in the right musical context. And so I wanted to create a musical context that begins with total asynchrony, like a just random distribution of attacks with no underlying meter at all, and then gradually have it organize around a beat, like a bell curve of attacks that gradually grows tighter and tighter. In orchestration theory terms, that would be a gradual transition from textural integration to punctuation blend. I expressed this in the notation that you see in the left column of the table here, with first just an aleatoric rhythm, and then chord rolls with symbols of varying granularity, getting tighter and tighter, and then a straight arrow indicating the tightest possible attack. The effect is kind of like people in a crowd first moving freely and organically and then gradually falling in line with a synchronized march. And by the end of the process, when the strums are as tight as possible, it almost sounds a little scary, at least to me. The differences between classical and electric guitars provided some more instrument-specific variables to play with in this piece. I used distortion to highlight some climactic moments, and I, in particular, made a lot of use of volume control that is afforded by the electric guitar. By plucking with the volume on 0 and then turning it up, you can achieve a niente attack, which is a stark contrast to the clearly defined attacks of the classical guitars. Steve used a volume pedal to do this, but a similar effect could be achieved with just the volume knob as well. In the opening section of Fantasy Harmonique, the 2 orchestras introduce the same pitches at the same time, but the electric guitars are synchronized in a 4/4 pattern with niente attacks, while the classical guitars are in free time. There are thus competing cues in the orchestration. The sounds might all group together into a single layer if you're focusing on the pitch structure, or they might separate into 2 stratified layers if you're focusing on the attack qualities. Other cues are provided by the spatialization in the 3D audio, which is the last point I'm going to touch on a bit today. Spatialization is a very useful tool for composers and orchestrators writing for homogeneous ensembles. You can use spatial design to either reinforce or contradict other grouping cues in interesting ways. One example of this we already heard in the Hocketing section earlier. The guitars are virtually positioned to surround the listener, as you see in this diagram. This creates an ambiguity between the integration implied by the smoothness of the melodic lines and the segregation implied by the disjunct spatial positions. Another example is in the opening section of the piece. The classical orchestra begins at a distant position in front of the listener and gradually splinters off to surround them, creating the illusion of drawing closer and immersing. At the same time, the electric guitar orchestra is reduced to a point source with all of the guitars coming from the same location, and that begins high above the listener's head and gradually spirals down towards them. Both orchestras thus follow an overall trajectory of drawing nearer to the listener, but they take different paths to get there. And this is visible in a video of the spatialization automation of this section. To conclude, I hope to have made the case that the opportunity to dig deeply into the particular features of a kind of instrument is a great advantage of orchestrating for homogeneous ensembles like the guitar orchestra. Homogeneous orchestration forces the composer to think deeply about the qualities of the sound every step of the way, crafting sameness or difference carefully without assuming them as basic properties of instrumentation. It also unlocks and multiplies the timbral potential within a single kind of instrument, opening up possibilities that the composer might not have considered in a mixed ensemble. The guitar orchestra particularly presents a rich field of possibilities. Some of the ones that I focused on in Fantaisie Harmonique are open strings and natural harmonics, a complex guitar-specific tuning system, varying attack qualities, timbral and technical differences between the classical and electric guitars, and spatial design made possible by 3D recording technology. If you'd like to know more about this project, we've documented it in a research creation module on the Actor website, as well as in an article that's in the newest issue of Soundboard Scholar, and that comes with some support materials online. And if you would like to know more about Steve or me individually, please feel free to check out our websites. Thank you very much for your time and attention, and it is now our great pleasure to present to you the complete video of Fantaisie Harmonique, performed by Steve Cowan, with animation by Kurt Laurent Steinert.
Welcome back. So it's my great pleasure to have Steve Cowan and Jason Noble here to answer your questions. So I'm just going to open the floor now. If you're in the Zoom room, simply turn on your video and we will see you. If you have a question in Facebook chat, just write it there and I will ask it to Steve and Jason. So I would like to ask a question. What did you see as the differences between hearing Fantasy Harmonique live in the studio versus recording it with Steve?
Jason? Jason, I don't know if he hears us. I don't know.
Sorry if there was a lag there, Amy.
Jason.
I can't hear you through the Facebook chat, but I can hear you through the live stream.
Jason, I don't know if he hears us. I don't know.
Sorry if there was a lag there, Amy.
Jason.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm.
Okay, I'm very sorry for the technical flaw there.
No worries.
I still don't seem to be getting any audio through the Zoom, but I think I heard through the Facebook chat that you were wondering what the differences are between hearing it in the live performance versus the studio. Well, I would start by saying how thankful I am to all the performers for the bravery in facing a piece like this in the very limited amount of rehearsal time that we had. I know that just getting used to this new notation alone is something that has a certain shock at the beginning, but they did a great job in just a couple of days of putting it together. But there were a lot of nuances in the score that we didn't have time to draw out. For example, that whole long build-up where you hear the global pitch range ascend and ascend. In there, it's not just one continuous thing. There's lots of accel and decel figures for individual guitars, lots of swell and shrink dynamics where particular pitches, particular tunings are supposed to kind of pop out of the texture and then resubmerge into it, so that it's constantly evolving, constantly changing, new information coming all the time. In the live performance, in the first place, I think we were just trying to hold it all together. So we got the global sweep of it, but there was a lot of internal workings that kind of didn't come through because we didn't have time to bring them out. And so Steve had the time to learn each part in detail and really bring that stuff to the fore. And the other thing for sure is the spatialization. Makes such a big difference. We could really locate things in order to bring out these orchestral effects that I mentioned in the presentation, whereas that wasn't a part of the live performance in the first place.
Yes, I believe we only had 2 days of rehearsal at about 20 minutes each. So not quite a challenge for any group of performers.
Mm-hmm, for sure.
All right, I'm just going to open the floor again for questions from the Zoom chat. Just show your video if you have a question for Steve or Jason, or you can ask it in the Facebook chat. The other question that I had for you is you both two have a very long collaborative relationship. So has that collaboration changed over the years, or has it stayed pretty consistent the way you work together?
I mean, I can pipe in. I think the way we work together is definitely, I would say, similar in that it's there's a lot of conceiving and conversing about just general musical and textual concepts that just happen because we're good nerdy musical friends. But Jason, being the composer that he is, I think each piece we've done has been, even though we sort of lumped them together under this timbre-based sort of approach, they're all pretty radically different as far as what I am doing on the instrument. So it's been exciting to me in that I feel I'm always sort of challenged and pushed to do something new on the instrument. But our way of working has remained very similar in that Jason is just very, very thorough in checking his ideas if they'll work for me on the guitar, checking his notation things before he dives into actually finishing the piece. So there's really a lot of back and forth before he sits down to make that complete score, which usually makes me confident that when I do get that final score, it's going to be effective and comfortable. So yeah, it's been good.
I might carry on to say, at first I found the guitar difficult to approach because I mentioned this in the presentation a little bit. It's this polyphonic instrument, but there's so many different positions for each note. And, you know, as a pianist, I'm used to everything being laid out in this linear low to high way. And I'm used to having two hands to work with that can reach all these different notes. And all of a sudden you've got to boil that right down to four fingers. And it's hard to picture what's far apart and what's not, and what's going to cause the fingers to kind of trip over each other and what aren't. And so, like I mentioned, starting with natural harmonics and open strings was a way to kind of get my feet wet with the guitar. But now with several years behind us and having explored a whole bunch of different things, I feel a lot more comfortable with it now. I can explore a lot more different aspects of sound production on the guitar. And I've also got my own sort of little world of notational conventions worked out that, you know, things keep coming back now. It's not like everything is brand new all the time. So I definitely feel like I have a more solid base of knowledge from which to approach it. And I think that the collaboration has changed because of that.
We have two questions from Facebook. Andrew Stanilan asks, how long have you two been working together?
6 years now? Yeah, about 6 years. Yeah.
That's right.
And counting.
And counting, yes. Michal Seta has a question. How were the parameters of spatialization determined in the recording we just heard?
Yeah, that's a really good question. That is where sort of the recording engineer sort of became part of the creative process, because Jason and I weren't entirely familiar with what 3D recording could really sort of make possible. So once the engineer sort of had a sense of the piece and what we were going for in terms of the different sections, he would sort of pitch different sort of 3D sound scenarios to us in that very simple way. The beginning of the piece starts off with sort of a smaller group of a couple of harmonics, and it just sort of gradually sort of crescendos, more harmonics are added, more guitars are added. So this idea of being in the middle and then sort of spanning to cover this sort of radius around us was one idea. And for the electric guitars, there's the vertical space of sound is something that I think is unique to the 3D area. So there's this electric guitar swells that he told us he could mix them in such a way that they almost seemed like they were spiraling down from far away above us to be closer to us. And that just seemed to work exactly with the musical sort of textures Jason was going with. And then the Hocketing, obviously, that, we have all these different places in space we could go. So we just kind of gave him creative freedom there. But I would say it was largely Denny Martin's just effort to understand the piece and his knowledge with this 3D audio technology. I think we had a few conversations, but he made a lot of decisions and we trusted him and we're very happy with the product. I don't know if you want to add more, Jason.
I was in the dream situation where I could kind of just imagine what I wanted to do with the space, and I didn't have to have the technical knowledge to implement it, because it's a whole other world, spatialization. I'm just starting to learn more about doing it myself now with certain tools in Max, and there's just so much to learn. And it was just a real joy to be in the studio with Denis, and he did it all, I think, in Pro Tools and some plugin. And I didn't really know a lot about the technical parameters for implementing it, but I was able to just look at what I wanted to achieve with the orchestration and imagine how a spatial design could either enhance or contradict other cues in the music. We talked about a couple of them in the presentation, and another one that we didn't mention is that there's a part where there's this continuous ostinato in one tonality, and then the other tonalities of the different guitars kind of come in and swell in and diminish out. And we imagined it almost like an airplane flying overhead for each one from a different angle, so that you'd hear it far away coming from the back, and then it would pass over and get louder and then disappear in front of you, and then maybe from a different angle do the same thing. And there were 5 or 6 of these that came and went. And it would have worked just fine if we were doing that only dynamically, but then having this really interesting effect of spatializing it so that we get this sense of movement as well as growth and shrinking. I loved what happened to the piece over the course of it, and I loved even more the fact that it could all happen without me having to learn a whole lot of technical stuff about spatialization.
I'm just going to open the floor one more time for questions. There is a question from Adam, but it's phrased to me. I'm just going to put it here in the chat. Question for Amy from Adam. Steve told me we could play this live as a duo with the guitar AMI and loop pedals. How would he approach rehearsing a piece like this? And I feel like this is actually a much better question for Steve and Jason. Because I think since you both, it's your piece, you might have a better idea on how to answer that.
Well, that would take some thinking, but how will we approach rehearsing a piece like this? Well, I mean, I think, given that the piece is for 12 guitars and we would be 2, taking the guitar AMI, which is a whole other thing I could really go on and on about, which involves sort of the ability to manipulate either our live guitar sound or electronic sounds. Simplifying that element of it from now, I think obviously having some sort of track or tape with the other 10 guitars to practice along with is a starting point. I don't really know what else to say there. It seems like it would be very doable. It's just 10 of the guitars would not be live; they would be pre-recorded. And I guess, like I said, if we have this guitar AMI involved, there could be some live manipulation or of the spatialization. The guitar AMI, everybody, I'm just sort of glazing over it. We'll maybe hear more about it later this week. It's a little device invented by Eduardo Meneses, which allows performers to change things about sounds using motion sensor technology, and that's sort of the Coles Notes version. It can do a lot more than that. Jason, any thoughts?
Well, I guess preparing a live performance version is kind of next on our to-do list. And we've talked about a solo version where 11 of them are spatialized and 1 is performed live. And we've talked about a duo version where we've got 2 parts. My first thought with the question was that the notation in the piece and the way that it's put together would allow for a lot of looping, and so in theory a person could record a lot of it in live buffers and do it that way, and which would be super exciting. But the issue with that is that because each guitar group is in a different tuning, he would need to be, or she would need to be switching rapidly from one guitar to another in order to record those loops, which is not impossible. And wouldn't that be something to see? It would be especially difficult in things like the Hocketing section. I think you could really only play one guitar at a time for that. But for a lot of the rest of the textural stuff, you could have one person moving from instrument to instrument in all the different tunings. Which would be a visual spectacle for sure. But yeah, I'm thinking out loud, but we've got plans to figure out how to make this work for a live performance with just 1 or 2 people, and hopefully we'll have that to share in the next few months.
That sounds wonderful. Okay, I'm just going to open the floor one last time for one more question. I think that may be all the questions that we have for today. Thank you so much to the both of you, and wonderful piece. And also Jason's Shadow Prism is going to be played later this week. And also Steve will be playing several pieces in the next few days as well. Take care.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you very much.
So we're going to take a very short break and we'll be back with our next presenter soon.
So welcome back to the 21st Century Guitar Conference. The next presentation is by Pedro Batista. Pedro comes from Portugal and is a PhD candidate at the University of Aveiro, Portugal. He teaches guitar and is also a composer. In this live presentation, he will talk about the artistic research he is carrying out on a new compositional and interpretative approach for solo guitar. The lecture is focused on his piece, Jorge Peixinho in Memoriam for solo guitar, which he will be playing in set 2 of the pieces for solo guitar on Wednesday between 9 and 10 p.m. UTC. So Pedro, please.
Yeah, thank you. I'll share screen. All right. Hi, my name is Pedro Batista, as already announced, and I'm researching guitar in Jorge Peixinho's music. I'm a PhD student at the University of Aveiro under the guidance of Pedro Rodrigues and Evgeny Zodilkiny. Today I'll present this new solo guitar composition. So first of all, I should address who was Jorge Peixinho. Jorge Peixinho was a major figure in the Portuguese musical scene as a composer, pianist, and teacher, shaping the avant-garde musical movement from the second half of the 20th century. He brought to Portugal some of the most recent musical languages of his time. He studied composition with Artur Santos and Croner de Vasconcelos at Music School of Lisbon's National Conservatory, with Boris Porena and Goffredo Petrassi at Academy of Santa Cecilia in Rome, and later with Luigi Nono, Pierre Boulez, and Karl-Heinz Stockhausen. He founded the first Portuguese contemporary music ensemble, Grupo de Música Contemporânea de Lisboa, in 1970, being the pianist and also conductor of the group. Peixinho was regarded by his students as an inspiring teacher. Due to a chance encounter in Brazil, Jorge Peixinho met José António Lopes e Silva, a classical guitar player and composer. Peixinho invited Lopes e Silva to integrate the Grupo de Música Contemporânea de Lisboa, and this happy reunion prompted Peixinho to write for guitar. Peixinho composed 21 guitar works during a period of 23 years, from 1971 to 1994. The only work for solo guitar is L'Oiseau Lyre. The others were composed for diverse instrumental formations that include the classical guitar. Most of these works are largely unknown, even among Portuguese classical guitarists. It is my aim to promote this large group of works, present the significant role of guitar in Peixinho's music, and invite the academic community to build knowledge upon these overlooked musical gems with guitar. It urges to divulge them, to study them, and to return them to the musical scene. Let's briefly focus on how to access Peixinho's musical manuscripts. The 8 works in yellow are available at the website of the Portuguese Music Research and Information Center. The 7 works in blue were accessed through SESEM, the Sociology and Musical Aesthetics Study Center. And the 4 works in purple were kindly provided by Grupo de Música Contemporânea de Lisboa. The 2 works in red have their status unknown, being currently lost or incomplete on the sources available, and so it wasn't possible to access them for this investigation. They are both based on the soundtrack for the movie Brandos Costumes. If you have any knowledge on the location of their guitar part manuscript or of any other Peixinho's guitar manuscript, please share. That would be precious. This presentation focuses on a new solo guitar work entitled Jorge Peixinho in Memoriam. It is intended as an homage to Jorge Peixinho, as artistic research, and as a way of divulging Peixinho's guitar works. Formally, it is made of 2 different types of sections, collage and promenades. I'll focus first on collage, which are sections made exclusively with Peixinho's citations. Each collage is made only of material taken from a single piece. This piece, Nocturnal, is perhaps the clearest example of this process. Written in 1971, it is the oldest piece used for the collage and has a small amount of guitar material. These 9 guitar interventions were collected from the manuscripts. The collage process consists on the overlapping and/or juxtaposition of Peixinho's musical excerpts. Treating these elements as if they were blocks or puzzle pieces, a collage was made through the assembly of gestures. Let's hear it. Each excerpt was used only once, with a treatment always faithful to the written notes and trying to remain the closest possible to the written rhythms, tone, articulation, and dynamics, although with some freedom. To assemble this puzzle, the pieces were glued together through a limited set of intervals, consisting of 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, or 11 half steps. These intervals were used for linking adjacent notes in the pursuit of achieving intervallar coherence through the piece. As for the choice of intervals, I've been using similar sets through my personal past compositional output. Naturally, all the other intervals will appear anyway, but always as a result of the chosen set of adjacent intervals. These red lines show only a few of those non-adjacent intervals. This was the compositional approach taken through all the piece with the intention of unifying the musical discourse. When making a collage for O Jardim de Lisa, a much larger work and with many and more complex guitar gestures, there wasn't found a way to simply intuitively assemble all the gestures on a single unified phrase, like with Nocturnal. There was the need for some kind of way to organize the many gestures. One such way was to take this passage from Jardim de Belisa, which appears twice, and use it as a frame. Resolving a kind of bass harmonizing exercise, the many gestures were chosen based on its bass or on the interval formed with the bass. This was the result, with the same bass notes highlighted in green and filled with Peixinho's gestures above. Following the same idea, on another piece, Mediterrânea, these excerpts were collected. Then they were merged together in a progression of intervals in tremolo. In a similar way to the bass harmonizing exercise, this was taken as another exercise of harmonization. Gestures were searched on Mediterrânea's guitar part in the hope of finding compatible ones. This is, gestures that could be linked to this progression through the chosen intervals. After attaching other gestures to the tremolos, this was the result. Let's hear it. Another collage focuses on Peixinho's Ciclo Valsa. This piece has the particularity of a waltz time signature and rhythmic feel. On this collage, the elements collected were all rearranged, but taking the care to always maintain the position of each note on the bar. This is, if a note was on the first beat on the original Peixinho Ciclo Valsa, it remained on the first beat on this collage. The same applies to the second beat, third beat, or anywhere in between. The result was this. So mainly the collages are like puzzles, made with Peixinho's own pieces, but linked through a set of intervals to achieve coherency between works, while searching for guitar's idiomacy and always confronting reason and emotion in an attempt to create a musical discourse. Another way to organize the collected citations was to build passages based on different kinds of material. For example, on Collage sobre Recitativo 4, material was grouped based on the guitar techniques included. The first section consists on a group of citations with tremolo. The second section is made of collected harmonics. And the third section is a result of grouping citations with strumming, including 6-string tremolo. This process makes clear the weight of material from a given technique and was a way to resignify this material, which was originally all mescled together. We'll see now how between the first section, consisting of tremolos, and the second section, consisting of harmonics, another compositional device was used. Peixinho gives much attention to tone. He frequently uses extended techniques from different instruments, shaping its tones in clever ways to produce a kind of synthetic or hybrid tones made with conventional instruments. Trying to blink an eye to this particularity, there was an attempt to manipulate different tones on a single instrument. So, in this excerpt from Collage sobre Recitativo 4, the blue way marks a repeated note that gets progressively more sul-tasto, approaching the harmonic sound. In the section AB, both tones, tasto and harmonic, exist at the same time on the same pitch. The dolce note slowly loses intensity, while the harmonic rises from inaudible, gaining more and more intensity until it reaches the B section, where only the harmonics exist. The aim was to achieve a gradual tone transformation from regular note to harmonic note. Let's hear how this may sound. Still on tone, but also articulation and dynamics, there is another Peixinus particularity that consists on promoting activity over a given note or set of notes. Here, the G notes in blue pass through pizzicato Bartók, harmonics, and staccato in a short amount of time. The A notes in orange pass through pizzicato Bartók, tremolo, and harmonic. Another way to group citations was based on whether they did or didn't include a given note. This was also observed on Peixinus music, a recurring note that gets intentionally repeated in a passage. The first section is made with citations which include A sharp, highlighted in blue. In the interpretation, these notes stand out through agogics and dynamics. The second section is made with citations that include D sharp in purple. Finally, the third section is made with citations that include C sharp in green. These three sections are presented in this order because the repeated notes form between themselves intervals with 5 and 2 half steps, which belong to the defined interval set. As already mentioned, this compositional project, Jorge Peixinho in Memoriam for solo guitar, is formally made of 2 different types of sections, collage and promenades. We've seen some of the collage, which are made exclusively of Peixinho's citations, and explain some processes involved. We'll focus now on promenades. One of the dangers of presenting a work made of various collages from diverse works is obtaining a very fragmented piece, compromising continuity, unity, and the purpose of the discourse. A way found to overcome this challenge was to intercalate collage with promenades. This way, the promenades are link sections intended to smooth the transitions between different collages. The promenades are based on Mussorgsky's pictures at an exhibition, following the entire first exposition of the promenade from start to finish. Being this promenade as a walk through a gallery of art, the same idea was applied to a sound space where Peixinho's collages are exhibited. Only the upper voice was taken. This served as a frame where to exhibit Peixinho's musical gestures, which are inserted in each red slash, dividing the promenade in sections. Notice how the sections highlighted in green are repeated. These repetitions prompted variations of the material, as well as a re-exposition at the end. We'll now explore how this melody was transformed into link sections. Let's hear the beginning of the promenade. Using the same notes with a different rhythm to achieve a kind of rhythm closer to Peixinho, and adding extra notes in between to embellish and to turn adjacent intervals into non-adjacent intervals, this was the result. The variation in tremolo sounds like this. In the end, there is a re-exposition leading to the coda. Notice how these sections highlighted in purple are also repeated. The same treatment was applied to these sections. This way, this other part of the melody was turned into this section. And into this tremolo variation, made in the same fashion of the one previously shown. Sometimes adjacent intervals which don't belong to the predefined set were present in the original melody. As opposed to the collage, where the notes written by Peixinho were untouchable, the notes on the promenades were in some cases modified. This way, these intervals of 3 half steps were turned into 4 half steps. In the same way, this interval of 3 half steps was turned into an interval of 5 half steps. Another link to the Mussorgsky's piece is the collage sobre viagens da natural invenção. It is the first collage appearing and tries to simulate the feel of the first Mussorgsky's picture, the gnome. Let's hear the original. And contrast it with the similar character of the first collage. As for other projects on Peixinho, it would be interesting to write additional pieces inspired by his works, including the many extended techniques, as well as the interesting external objects used by Peixinho on his writing for guitar. One such example is the highly unusual and beautiful effects produced by a tricot needle. Other project consists on the exploration of electronics to create new performance opportunities for guitar on Peixinho. I'll show just a brief excerpt from Harmonix 1, original for piano and consisting on a canon with oneself. The sound played is repeated with a delay of some seconds by the electronics, originally by a tape recorder. So I hope that this presentation could interest you in exploring the guitar music of Jorge Peixinho, a major figure in the Portuguese avant-garde musical movement of the second half of the 20th century. And I end here my presentation, wishing you all health and safety, and inviting you to watch the performance of this new work at March 24th. Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro.
I should stop the sharing.
Yeah, it's better
right?
to stop the screen sharing. Okay, so participants, please, if you have questions, just open your mic in your video. And viewers, please place your questions on Facebook's comments or send us an email at 21cguitar@gmail.com. So, waiting for questions. Amy, do we have questions on Facebook?
No current questions from Facebook.
So, Pedro, what were what was the reason that led you to focus on Jorge Peixinho for your PhD?
Yes, I always had a great admiration of Jorge Peixinho. And I realized that as I said, his guitar works are mostly unknown for almost everyone, and they need study and need to be shown so they can they should be played a lot more, because some of them were played only once at the time and never were played again. So it's really important to bring them back. And it's a luck for us guitarists to have all these compositions from such a major Portuguese composer, due to the encounter with Lopes e Silva. So there's a lot of job to be done.
Okay. No questions so far. Participants? Maybe some of you have questions. So you may listen to Pedro's piece, as I've said, on Wednesday between 9 and 10 p.m. And I think if we have no questions, we could just continue with the next presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pedro. Okay, so our next presenter is Patrick O'Reilly. Patrick is a composer and performer from Canada and a DMA student at the University of Toronto. In this pre-recorded lecture, he will talk about pieces written with graphic notation that fit onto standard postcards. He also talks about his piece Carded, which he will perform in set 1 of Pieces for Electric Guitar on Friday between 2:30 and 3:30 p.m. UTC. So we'll listen to Patrick now.
Hello, thank you for joining me today. This is called Composing Musical Networks, an investigation into the convergence of extended notation and mail art. My name is Patrick O'Reilly. I'm hoping that this presentation can intersect nicely with the theme of the conference for this year, unconventional approaches to performance, composition, and research, in particular the first two, performance and composition. And so, just an overview, I'm gonna be giving you a little bit of an introduction to who I am, what type of ways I engage with my community and who I'm composing for. And then I want to talk about 3 projects that are all linked. A correspondence pieces project, which is pieces for postcards that are mailed to musicians. For Leica, which is a large ensemble piece for a electronic drone ensemble. And Carded, which is a game piece. And so, who am I? So, as I said, my name is Patrick O'Reilly. I'm a composer and a guitarist. I'm based in Toronto, Canada. I'm a graduate student at the University of Toronto, where I'm completing my dissertation for my DMA. What I'm talking about today has nothing to do with my dissertation, so I'm very excited to be talking about it. I co-curate 2 music series in Toronto, Furniture Music and Ornate Presents. Furniture Music focuses mostly on improvised musical performances and spontaneous composition. Ornate Presents, although drawing from a similar pool of musicians, focuses more on composed works. And I also run a monthly composition workshop that seeks to bring together an intergenerational group of composers and musicians, as well as musicians with a wide range of skill sets, various levels and types of musical literacies, and just, to have us all get together and share and be inspired by each other's work and help each other with that, and have a coffee. As you can see from this photo, I drink a lot of coffee. I also operate the community-based record label Withdrawn, which is seeking to document some of this music with the goal of sharing it. So this first project, correspondence pieces, as I mentioned, this is kind of it's the first project that I started that I'm going to be talking about today. It's kind of spawned the other ones. They're all an outgrowth of that. And in order to talk about it, I just want to quickly talk about 2 things that I mentioned in the title, which are extended notation and mail art. So when I'm saying extended notation, I'm using this pretty loosely as kind of an umbrella term. So that I'm including practices like graphic notation, altered notation, text scores, graph notation, tablature, also extended notation in the more literal sense of notation for things like extended techniques, preparations, different tuning systems, etc. Many composers have engaged with this type of work in various ways and all these different practices. We could talk about that. We have a whole conference on that. But a few that have been of particular interest to me and these projects have been Cornelius Cardew and his piece Treatise, the largest piece of graphic notation in Western art music. Anthony Braxton and his pieces for using various notation systems, but for improvising musicians. And finally, John Zorn, in particular, his Book of Heads, which is a set of guitar etudes composed in the 70s for Eugene Chadbourne, but since then performed and recorded by numerous guitarists, and also the subject of a recent book of analysis. These pieces use a very unique and specific language of notations for guitar. And so that's the extended notation side of things. This other term I used, mail art. So what do I mean by this? It's a very, again, I'm using it in the most general sense of just taking art and sending it through the mail. This is a practice that began in 1943 with Ray Johnson, but it didn't really get much traction until about a decade later in the 50s with the Fluxus movement. The term mail art supposedly originated in the 1960s. Since then, it's kind of spread all throughout the world. Originally, most mail art was either visual art or text-based art, but there have been many examples of composers engaging in these types of postcard compositions, including James Tenney, who has a series that were all dedicated to specific friends. You can see some examples of this in the John Cage Notations book, which is a collection of excerpts from scores. Another example would be Hiroshi Yoshimura, whose album Music for 9 Postcards is again music that he performed that was all postcard based compositions. And if you're able to get a copy of that, or just look online, they're all included in the liner notes so you can see them. And another example, one of my favorites, is Jude Weimer, who is an American composer who I've been lucky enough to send some mail art back and forth with, and he engages in it as a musical composer. The pieces often have very interesting musical parameters, but also as a skilled visual artist, and also as a very funny person. They often involve some type of humor in them. And so those are our two terms, extended notation and mail art. And so I was engaging with these in this first series of pieces. My motivations for it are related to kind of the background I was giving to you of having this community of various musicians and artists who have various skill sets and interests, and also as a composer and guitarist who, you know, is living in this golden age of guitar where every day we have new ways of processing the guitar with new effects pedals. We have new types of extended range instruments, new tuning systems, various types of frets, or fretless guitars for various types of micro tuning, and trying to write pieces for myself to perform as well as my peers, but trying to find ways that I could, for lack of a better term, future-proof them so that they would still be relevant when myself or the performers that I work with find that new instrument or sound or effects pedal in a year, in a month, tomorrow. So that was one of my motivations. Another motivation for why I would do these pieces as postcards was a feeling that, you know, as a musician who used to tour, but hopefully will again soon. I'm very lucky to know musicians all over the place, and wanting to stay in touch with them, but not really liking to do that over social media or through email. And so trying to find something that was more pleasurable for me, more enjoyable, but to keep up those connections. And so this way seemed fun. I really liked the idea that they could go to their mailbox, and instead of just having bills or bad news or a census to send in, they could have a musical surprise there. And hopefully that would be a positive thing. And so in terms of limitations, I was dealing with the size of postcards. They're not very big. And I was also dealing with the limitation of wanting these pieces to be as open as possible so that I could send them to, again, this wide range of artists who all have very different abilities, backgrounds, interests, etc. And that kind of outlines who the participants were as well. And so let's look at some of these pieces. So I'm gonna play these, and I'm gonna talk about them as they're playing. I apologize if that's frustrating, but I want you to hear some of these, but I also don't have a lot of time. So I'm gonna play this first. This is Paths number 1. You're hearing Kayla Milmine on soprano saxophone performing this. So this is an example of extended notation where we can see we have a treble clef and a 5-line stav. We have some, regular pitches on these stavs, and some accidentals and natural signs. And then there's some text-based instructions underneath. So the instructions are that you are to start on any pitch that you like in any octave and move from one pitch to the next using the connections that are drawn between them. So you could alternate between two pitches if you wanted. You could find sequences of pitches that follow this rule. You could just explore freely. It's almost like a little musical game. And so one of the things with this piece is that in terms of accessibility, which is a focus in my compositions that we'll talk more about, is that it does require the ability to play specific pitches in equal temperament. So I'm going to move on from this. So as I said, that piece, one of the limitations to accessibility was the pitch material. I'm going to look at this next piece now. This is called Drone Bank, and so this is trying to address that. As I said, I'm trying to write for unconventional approaches, unconventional performers, unconventional instruments, and so part of that is dealing with pitch in a different way, whether it be microtonal or whether it be perhaps using preparations that blur or otherwise obscure or destroy pitch. And so one of the ways I dealt with this is in this piece, Drone Bank, which organizes pitch based on just register. So high, middle, and low register. Again, like most of these ideas, this isn't a new idea. This is something that is very much in the lineage of Morton Feldman and his graph music. He organized pitch this way. And the way it's laid out with these cells, these repeating cells, is very much in line with In C, the famous minimalist piece. And so let's hear a bit. This is going to be Justin Haynes performing Drone Bank. So you might notice as this plays that you're not hearing any of these cells rhythmically in a very clear way, and that's because Justin decided to perform ignoring the text at the bottom that says performers move through the cells in order, repeating each one as many times as they wish, and decided to instead record himself playing each cell one at a time, playing quite long, making quite long recordings of the cells, and then stacking them, quite a few layers of guitar onto that, and being inspired by the word drone in this to create a real static drone, a real literal drone out of the material here. So he's very much playing the material, but the way he has chosen to interpret it has obscured it in some ways. I love this, and it made me realize that perhaps having this text on these scores, these instructions, was both not necessary and also could in some ways be limiting the performance of these pieces, which is not something I wanted to do. And so moving on. So that brings us to this group, Cosmic Homeostasis. This is a electronic drone ensemble founded and organized by Joe Strutt. You can see Joe Strutt standing there in the circle facing me. I'm the guy in the hat with the glasses, and Joe is the person who is also in the circle. It looks like we have entered an octagon to do battle, perhaps, but that is not the case. We're recording this piece. And so Joe was one of the people I was sending these postcard pieces to. Joe's an amazing organizer, musician, composer, writer we have in Toronto. He runs, as I said, this group Cosmic Homeostasis. He organizes it. It meets on the 5th Sunday of every month, whenever there is a 5th Sunday. And as you can see looking around, there's it's quite an interesting instrumentation, and it's always changing. It's not a set group. It changes. I don't know. I doubt there have been two that are the same. And so Joe asked me to write a 30-minute piece for this group, and this really brought into play a lot of the things I've been thinking about in these correspondence pieces in terms of making the music accessible to the widest range possible of performers. With the postcard pieces, I had control over who I sent it to. In this case, I didn't know who was going to be coming in at month to month at these things, or even if I did have some idea, I didn't know what instruments they would bring or how they're going to be playing it. You can see in this photo, one of the performers has a guitar, but they're playing it tabletop style. They're playing in that performance tradition of guitar with various pedals. You can see a lot of electronics, a lot of some more traditional instruments, some saxophones, some bass, and so the piece that I came up with now, in order to address this idea of making the piece accessible and trying to learn from the corresponds pieces, is this piece for Leica. And I'm going to get this going while I talk about it. So let's see here. And so as you can see, this piece is organized into 6 parts. The idea being that the performers can choose which parts they want to play. They could choose one of the parts and focus on that, or they could move freely between the parts. And they all have different parameters that they're dealing with. They're all, for those who are interested, they're all in some way transliterations of the name Leica. Leica was the dog that was inside of Sputnik. She was the first animal in space, and so this is a tribute to her. The Cosmic Homeostasis has a kind of space theme recurring throughout, and so you can see various types of notation that are supposed to be at various levels of accessibility, or different types of accessibility, whether it be traditionally notated notation, because for some musicians I've encountered, that's actually something that is more relaxing for them, to actually be told, okay, here's some specific things, play these, play it exactly how it is. That's very helpful for them. And then in the second part, you can see it's purely a gesture, a line to follow, and to be interpreted. It could be any parameter they want. There's some rhythms with indeterminate pitch. There's some pitches with no rhythm. There's some text related to Leica and the story of this, of her journey. And then again, we see some cells. And so this piece, coming out of the corresponds pieces, and these ideas about accessibility, not only made me realize how important accessibility was in terms of engaging with this community that I love so much, but also how much I could learn from it, and how much it could give back to me by creating pieces that were more open and did allow for more input, while still hopefully in some way maintaining some type of quality that made it a piece that made it identifiable, perhaps. And so this led to my final project, which I'm going to talk about quickly in my last minute. Carded. Carded is a card game I've been developing as a result of these 2 projects over the last couple of years. And the idea with this is how little can I put? In the first piece is the corresponds pieces. I ended up getting rid of the text at the bottom. For Leica, I ended up, or I should say, as a result of those pieces, I ended up removing some text and getting away from maybe certain types of determinacy. And for Leica, I took this a little further to have more options to make it more accessible. Finally, in Carded, I tried to really push this and make it a totally open composition. So the whole idea of this game, it's a game piece, is that it's all performed, it's all blank bicycle playing cards. I really like bicycle playing cards, but they're blank on one side. And the idea is I hand out cards to the people who are performing or who are in the audience, trying to expand that and make a more inclusive space. And we all create cards together and then play those cards in various ways. There's different ways of playing it, as well as ways that haven't been created yet. And use this as a way to co-create, co-compose pieces, to structure improvisations, to allow ourselves to interface with different types of artists, whether it be dancers, visual artists, etc. And the way this is related to mail art, both because it's a result of the corresponds pieces, is also because now that we're in this time of the pandemic, the way that this piece is developing is by sending these cards through the mail. And so I'm out of time. But finally, I just want to say thank you. Thank you to the organizers of this wonderful conference. Thank you all for listening. And if this has been very quick, I've tried to get through a lot. If you have any questions about any of this, or you just want to say hi, please get in touch. Here's all my contact information. If you want me to send you a postcard or some cards to be a part of the games, please. I'd love to meet you all, and I hope we can connect, as I said, in person, if not next year, then even before. Anyways, I'm over time. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you, Patrick. Viewers, if you'd like to post questions, just write on Facebook's comments. I just noticed I have my sound here on. And participants, just open your mic and your video, and Patrick is glad to receive some questions. You can also send us an email at 21cguitar@gmail.com. Patrick, how many postcards up to now?
There was, in the initial series, I did 6 postcards, and then there's been a bunch of those ones. Everybody got the same one, and then since then, there's been like some more kind of one-off ones, like smaller ones. Like I just made one for a friend of mine for their birthday, but I'm working on the next series of them since I have so much time this year. So there'll be another series of 6 that will be I'll be mailing out this winter, or sorry, this fall, I should say.
And how many guitarists have actually played?
Good question. So there's been, obviously or maybe not obviously, but I'm friends with a lot of guitarists. I like guitarists. I like hanging out with them. And so there's been a lot, even in terms of just in groups that I play with. So this Unknown Guitar Quartet that I play with, we did a concert that was 100% playing these pieces along with a improvising large ensemble. There's an album that's coming out this summer that's Justin Haynes recorded all of these pieces, as well as some other ones he commissioned from me. And so that'll be coming out, and then a bunch of just recordings. But oddly, when I send them to guitarists, a lot of the recordings they send me back, they end up deciding not to perform them on guitar, and they maybe use piano or some other or banjo or something, which is great.
So we have two questions from Kate Lewis.
Oh yeah.
So apologies if you covered this in the beginning. Did you develop this pre-2020?
Yeah, great question. So this all did start, these types of things did start a few years ago. In kind of 2017 leading up to 2018, I started kind of collecting these mail art pieces before I ever composed any of them. But then it's changed since 2020 and the pandemic, specifically with this piece I was talking about, Carded, where that piece didn't involve the mail system at all. It was all done in rehearsal. And then now, because I'm not able to, meeting with people and touching all the same cards is probably not a great idea right now, but I want to keep developing the piece. So that's now shifted to being done through the mail, of actually mailing my bicycle playing cards back and forth with people to develop this piece.
Yeah, so you've just answered Kate's second question, which was, has this evolved in the context of the pandemic? And Kate asks also, if so, in what ways?
Yeah, and so that's kind of, it's changed who I'm kind of interacting with in terms of being able to use the mail system, because that spans it, which is, something I always like to touch on with this stuff, which is this idea of I really like my music and the composition to be accessible and to involve communities that I might not be able to. And so being able to mail people this stuff and have them co-compose with me it gets rid of some barriers that exist in terms of people who can't geographically be in a city with me, or who aren't able to come out to a venue or a rehearsal space.
Okay, we have a question from Jordi Haley. What is the name of
Hey.
the album Justin recorded?
Yeah, so this album it's called The Remembrancer, and it's been delayed. I delayed putting it out because of everything that happened with Justin and his untimely passing, but it's finally going to be released this year. And Jordi, I'll be sure to send you a copy.
Okay, I think for now no more questions. Participants also, you have questions, open up your mic. Okay.
Hi.
Matilda.
Sorry
yes.
if you covered this already. I might have missed it, but I really like the idea of carded. Very nice. I was wondering if you use it to compose at the moment, like improvise with other people and use the game to do that, or if it's something you prepare in advance and then maybe use later. I didn't quite get that. So
Absolutely.
great idea. I loved it.
Oh, thank you. And absolutely, it's and I kind of had to move quickly because I just want to include something on it. But the answer is both of those things. I like to use it in different ways, but mostly for co-composition with people in the moment, especially with groups of people that might be maybe new or uncomfortable with improvising or even composition, to really involve them, or even non-musicians. In studying game design, which has been one of the unexpected outcomes of this, I've come across this term of the magic circle, which when people are playing games, that's what it's referred to, when you're kind of all sitting in a circle building this world. And I kind of like the idea of that reminds me a lot of playing and improvising, and the idea of expanding that to include audience members or different interdisciplinary artists. I've had some dancers who have contributed cards and then also danced the pieces with us. But also, as Rita mentioned in the chat, there is a recording of this piece carded that that will be premiered on Friday that I've recorded solo. And the way that came about was by actually having people mail me cards that they made. And then actually I kind of dealt them a hand and emailed it to them. And then they played their cards through email. And I recorded the piece that way as an improvisation.
Beautiful. I truly love it. Great idea.
Thank you so much.
I am looking forward to your performance of the piece.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any more questions? If not, I think we can proceed to the next presentation. Thank you very much, Patrick.
Thank you so much.
Yes, see you on your performance.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next presentation is by Daniel Escudeiro and Samuel Vieira. Daniel and Samuel come both from Brazil. They are both composers and both researchers at University of Aveiro, Portugal. Daniel, who is also a guitarist, is a PhD candidate, and Samuel, who is also a percussionist, is a postdoctoral researcher. In this pre-recorded lecture, they talk about the development of an intertextual compositional tool through the composition of guitar pieces. So let's listen to Daniel and Samuel.
Hi everyone, my name is Daniel Escudeiro, Brazilian composer, PhD in musical composition at University of Aveiro.
Hello, my name is Samuel Peruzolo, and I'm a composer and teacher at Piaget Institute in Viseu.
DTText is an intertextual compositional tool to engage with typing pattern finger extents, aspect of physicality, idiomatic expression, and chord symbols. It arises from an understanding of intertextual dynamics and thus influence its compositional perspectives and use. In the 20th century, the profusion of musical resource and technical approach provide us with a notational variety never seen before. The experimental character to actual notation opened a new way of compositional thinking. For now, we call it experimental notation. As Swanwick says, this new material can be viewed as a cultural technological manifestation of actual time, through the use of complex symbolic structures and the possibility of transforming them in relevant experience. Thinking this symbolic writing as a text allows himself to endanger new compositional horizons. An example and important milestone is Sinfonia by the composer Luciano Berio.
And the skeleton, the base, is the scherzo from the Second Symphony of Mahler, and from which many things are proliferating, are generated. So you hear Debussy, Strauss, Beethoven, and so on, and also modern music.
The allusions and quotation in several musical passages declared by the author, far from being a simple retrospect summary, it's a generating work technique that was developed in many subsequent works. In short, for Klein, the musical structure is a relational event between texts. The musical structure is an intertextuality.
The traditional notation can as well expose certain compositional stimuli that may go beyond the realm of experimental writing. By resignifying it, traditional notation allows to new significant experiences to be brought to composing activity. The concept of physicality and idiomatic construction departures from a compositive and interpretative practice in instrumental composition. Here we see the interchange between chord symbols in a semi-fixed position of the hand, the shape, and some typing number fingerings indicated in the score. The example 1 is a more usual writing from popular music. The concept of physicality comes from the studies of dance, but here we look at it as an appropriation of the very nature of movement, thus considering issues such as the anatomy of the instrument, its limitations, psychoacoustics, and communicability, in a broader sense, in art, and in envisioning the concept of performability and circumstance as the base of our research.
In Prelude 4 from Villa-Lobos, there are some compositional procedures that can help us to think more about the relationship between shapes and fingers. In bar 18, there is no data regarding the position of the fingers of the left hand. The guitarist must use a fixed position naturally, but the composer adopts the indication of a certain string in the following measures with the letter A. In measure 19, fixing the position of the left hand in the desired musical effect. When analyzing this passage, it was observed how the typing, although varied, the digit text, or better, the digitexto, typing text. Digitext is an integral part of the compositional construction.
In the last example, the digitext appears explicitly, and the pattern of the hand, of the left hand, typical of an idiomatic conduct, reverts into a campanella scale. bring the voice of the composer. I put the region of the instrument I want. I put the strings to achieve the effect I want. If it's not done, it not becomes idiomatic guitar expression. This I insist on writing on the score. I try to be as clear as possible. Although there are several passages with digitext, we will point out two examples in concept in the concert for guitar named Aporia. Compare these two examples. Comparing examples 4 and 5, we find the same typing adopted, and the movement resulting from this passage implies another sound with the use of chromaticisms and more prominent melodic jumps. However, one takes advantage of the melodic contour and rhythm in the main voice, and emptying itself of its own stress from the formal structure and phraseological scheme are retained.
In example 6, the conducting of the voice on the strings was done based on the shapes in the conducting of the guitar chords, extend the sound effect to the orchestra. The hidden digitext shapes chords has become an essential compositional element for this in other passages.
Thank you, Danielle and Samuel. Do we have questions from our participants? Just open your mic and your video. And viewers, just write on Facebook's comments or send us an email at 21cguitar@gmail.com. This presentation is actually there's a poster. Is the poster available at some link? Danielle or Samuel? You are muted, Danielle.
Thank you. The post, I think the video was posted by the Congress. It's better to other people see but it's in any place.
Okay, no, I was
It's
checking
just
if there is a poster also or not.
No.
Just the presentation. Okay.
Yes, that's the presentation for this Congress.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're waiting for questions. Participants, are there any questions from your side? Maybe Danielle and Samuel, you could write in the comments.
There's someone here.
Okay. Hello. Yes, Sam, please.
Hi. Yeah. Hi, Daniel and Samuel. Hi.
Hi, Sam.
How are you?
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
You too. I was just wondering whether you felt there was a pedagogical aspect to this Digitext and in terms of instrumental teaching, and not only from a guitar point of view, but whether you think there's some beneficial application for other instruments that have issues of fingering, which is something that I often think of as a specifically guitar-related challenge, right? When we're trying to help students to come up with good fingerings and not just maybe follow a tablature that has one fingering option prescribed, but actually to explore the creative side of fingering, how that has an impact on musical line and gesture and interpretation.
Thank you for your considerations in the aspect of pedagogy. I think it's very important to talk about this thing, but there's two things to clarify here. Is interpretative, compositive. It's always disjoint. It's important to interpret. Think about this. He or she is a composer too, and the attitude of the composer that can make this chain with the eyes in the text, the typing, the numeric, alphanumeric, can create other situations with this. It's simple. It's a view of the traditional notation with this way of manipulate the sound, the timbre. We can expand this to the piano, via violin, and other. It's more conceptual, but it's very practical. I think it's very practical to use, is to make it make sense. This type of concept. It's not just to think; it's to work with. Samuel Perzol can talk to the physicality. It's not a concept. I think it's interesting. Perzol, the sound.
We have no sound from.
We have no sound, my friend. What's happened?
We cannot hear you, Samuel.
Oh my God. What's...
While Samuel tries to fix that, I was saying that maybe you could post some links of related to your presentation, maybe a performance or a paper or so.
Perhaps someone you could write in the chat if you wanted to say something, and then we could post it to the Facebook feed, for example.
Can you listen now?
Yes. Yes. Very good.
I would like just to add a few words on what Danielle said, and it has to do with the to answer in a simple word, I would say yes. We can think on a pedagogical approach on this idea, but it was mainly designed to sort of to create or to develop new ways of composing. So it was created with that in mind. But of course, if we think when we expand to other instruments, it becomes what we hope, and that we become something that we can extend to other instruments and it can extend to music education. So it's still in the beginning of the process of conceiving the idea, but it has definitely a pedagogical implication, if you will. And thanks for bringing that out. This is it's important.
Well, that's great. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Can I make a question
Yes.
to me?
Yes.
If there is a problem here, I hope you can help us with the name, the concept. It's in English, in Portuguese, and we want to find the way, but I think this text is a question that we can make further discussions. It's a problem here, maybe, I don't know.
Okay. I don't think we have more questions. So we can proceed to the next presentation. Thank you very much, Danielle and Samuel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, welcome back. Now, this next presentation is by José Santos. José comes from Brazil and is a guitarist and a PhD candidate at the University of Aveiro, Portugal. In this live lecture, he will talk about his creative process in the development of an arrangement of a theme by a Brazilian composer using elements of the music of Villa-Lobos, Bach, and Jimmy Page. Please, José.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is José Daniel, and here share one moment. Okay?
Good.
Okay. Well, my name is José Daniel. I speak direct from Aveiro, Portugal, and this work is part of my doctoral research, string research, creative process and sound possibilities for guitar, an artistic investigation developed at University of Aveiro with the advisor of Professors Jorge Salgado and Giovanni Dall'Agna. This work is centered on the arrangement, musical elaboration process that presents certain malleability, flexibility, and possibilities for creative maneuvers. This creative freedom from how material instigates a search that involve resisting techniques and mechanisms and exploring new sound possibilities. This process finds resonance in James Gibson theory of affordance, seen here as potentialities resulting from the relation of agent, the musician, with his environment, the guitar. The resources and skills inherent in this process are closely related to task knowledge, concept of Polanyi, and embodied meaning, task of Merleau-Ponty. Tools from intuitive exploration in learning from experience will find new possibilities in research for your creative process. Challenge for the arranger. Imagine a painter who intends to sketch a canvas from a watercolor without reproducing the work faithfully, but adding elements from his reinterpretation, trying new plans, depths, textures, colors, and materials, giving his work an artistic look. Switch the work of the arranger, whose main challenge is to reframe the music, to create the sound material and offer new freshness to composition. In my viewpoint, the concept of arrangement can be located between the transcription process, where there is stricter commitment to the music text, and composition, where there is total freedom. In turn, when you make arrangements, the musician also approaches the universe of composition, as he has the possibility to create an experiment from the manipulation of the existing human material. This arrangement of the song Manhã de Carnaval, tema of the film Black Orpheus, is by the Brazilian composer Luiz Bonfá. The source used for the arrangement was a recording by composer Hugh Sefton, accompanying the singer Elisete Cardoso. From the recording, is it possible to get close to the original ideas of the composer. This procedure allows used to know the nuances of the work, which are not always present in later recordings or in a score. Resources, structures, and procedures. Arrangement plan. This arrangement was made directly on the instrument, looking for affordance and their sounds, but using an arrangement plan where I initially wrote the melody and a possible bass line from the original harmony. From this point on, internal voices were added, developing textures in harmonic treatment. In arrangement for solo guitar, the musician overs performing the melody and the accompaniment simultaneously. He's in a comment of himself. In this arrangement, I adopt the key of A minor to explore the scope of the melody in the instruments, with space for contrapoint, and rhythmic harmonic conduction. This is the final form of the arrangement with the addition of an interpolation and interlude in relation to the original. Rhythms and metrics. The rhythmic basis of the song is a traditional formula of samba canção, is syncopated. The metric of the melody was preserved, even with the overlap of the other voices. The arrangement coda presents a metric shift of the melody to a ternary division, while maintaining the binary accompaniment. Textures. The basic texture for this arrangement was the accompanying melody. However, all the texts are present. In the introduction, monophony, where the bells of the melody arrangement on several strings generate the sensation of a further texture. Exposition A and B, homophonic texture, accompanying melody, with occurrence of contrapunct in the bass and intermediate voices. Interpolation, accompanying melody. The interlude is the high point of the arrangement, contrapuntal texture with three voices obtained by overlapping the melodies of Bonfaz, Manhã de Carnaval, and Prelude 3 of the Villa Lobos. The exposition, contrapuntal texture, and the coda accompanying melody. Harmonic treatment, harmonization, two modes, harmonization and harmonization. Harmonization for me is preserving the original harmony of the music. That is the addition of high degrees, inversion of chords, and reconfiguration of voice of chords. Sync de ocorrência sequence. And voice with 4 interval. And the harmonization, when starting from the original harmony, chords replaced but are not on the same function or in search of a color, which harmonic function concern. Example, substitute the dominants for this in search the color, no function, for color, simple. 3-point affordances. My creative process have been guided by the concept of affordance, where from the perception but by the relationship with an instrument, I have assessed potentialities and sound possibilities. Some affordance used in this arrangement. Campanelas. The campanelas is characterized by the overlapping different sounds in cross string, so that the harmonics can overlap. Harmonic sounds. The use of harmonics in this arrangement has several functions: generate resonances and to make possible the duration of some sounds that would no otherwise possible. And loop effect, a mix of the two previous resources. In this example, I tried to type the melody theme on a different strings to generate the sensation of layers. Jumba use a fingering between one chord and another using guide fingers. Generate a sensation the jumba effect characteristic technique of a tango piano. False bar acá. False bar use of the bar with the possibility of rising it and an open string. Keep the finger one present the bass string. Equal notes and different functions. Here, subdominant, dominant, preserve the notes. Voice reconfiguration. Interesting feature adopted in this arrangement is the reconfiguration of chords shorts to obtain overlapping second and quarter intervals. The filter generates a sound amalgam that softens the presence of high degrees. Parallelism with opening strings. Here and here. Left hand thumb. Use of the left hand thumb on the guitar to hurt a note, and the traditional hand arrangement does not hurt. Expanded the scope between and three voices. Melody on intermediate strings. Here the melody appears on the second string, while the first and third are used to make a second line that dialogues with the main theme. This case. Hearing illusion consists of maintaining a melody pattern using different strings. Perdão. Real and harmonic sounds simultaneous. Citations of melodies. This affords is characterized by the mention of other themes besides the main one, either by response and overlap. The Led Zeppelin, the first evocation we have in the arrangement is the citation for the introduction of Starway to Heaven, Led Zeppelin. Use low chromatic descents overlaps with the theme of Manhã de Carnaval. The Villa-Lobos, the second citation is that of a Prelude 3, announcing what will be present in diverse moments. Another citation is short excerpt from the Prelude, the Suite 2 for cello, 1007. By Bach, that appears in by here. Sobreposition of different themes. It occurs when we manage to present two different themes or songs simultaneous in the arrangement. One of the factors that conditions this in harmonic aspect, which must be common, the themes make counterpoint possible. In the interlude of this arrangement, we superimpose the theme of Villa-Lobos, Prelude 3, with the melody of Manhã de Carnaval, de Bonfá, generate a polythematic counterpoint to three voices. The voice 1, the voice 2, melody from Villa-Lobos Prelude 3. And voice 3, the bass. Here. Results. Guided by the list concepts for a song that seeks to go beyond the accompanying melody and traditional short melody, seeking in polythematic contrapunto texture to arouse the listener's interest. Extensively use of resonance, seeking to make the guitar work for itself, generation colors from the overlap of sounds and their harmonics. Maintenance of harmony, changes some voices and substitutions according to the affordances found on the neck of the instrument. Recurrence of second interval, bottom block, and second melodies, seeking a freshness for the sound of the arrangement. Simultaneous overlap of different themes, Villa-Lobos and Bonfá. In general, we tried to give a different treatment to the work, respecting the melody and the harmony, observing the conjunction of voices, inserting counterpoints, overlapping melodies, and experiment with sound possibilities, obtaining from the affordances of the instruments. Conclusion, one of the main challenges the artisan of sounds is to elaborate an arrangement that can revigorate in the original composition, giving new shapes, nuances, colors, and landscapes to awaken new senses into who hear, as if were the first time work had been present. Choose the success of a arranged musician occurs when his creation offers the listeners the feeling that his music was originally composed for the new sport, causing the arrangement and composition to be converged in a single work. It's from the body relationship with the guitar, the tacit knowledge and lived experience that the efforts generated by the gesture and instrument will reveal some and alternative possibilities for the elaboration of an arrangement or composition. When exploring these possibilities, we have a range of research, a color palette to paint or watercolor, and developed work creative process. Thus, I conclude that the exploration of efforts in the instrument is a guiding path for the generation of materials that may imply to development of a new creative process, both in the arrangement in the composition. Here, the theoretical contribution or harmony, counterpoint, composition, arrangement, other areas can guarantee you safe haven, but only the practical and playful relationship with the instrument can reveal new sound possibilities and artistic achievement. In this sense, the search must be in constant daily, always motivated by innocence and curiosity, the one that we also had when we put our hand on the instrument for the first time. I now share the record of the arrangement for my Carnaval. If possible, use headphones, make a sound if the audio is coming out. One moment, please.
Okay, José. And
1 minute. 1 minute. It's possible?
okay. Yes.
Thank you to the doctoral program music and Inet MD of the University of Aveiro, who welcome this research and promote artistic research in Portugal. To my advisors, Jorge Salgado and Giovanna da Lagna, for guiding my steps and making me see further on the paths of art. The Foundation for Science and Technology for believing in promoting art and science in Portugal. To all Centro 21 Guitar teachers and organizing committee for their efforts to promote this event through art in a world where we need it more and more. Once again, thank you very much for your audience and for your patience. Forgive my terrible English. And if anyone has question, I ask someone to help me translate, as I will not be able to answer in English in this moment, but I promise to improve for the next event. Congratulations to everyone for their work and long life at the Century 21 Guitar. And the art exists because life is not enough. Ferreira Goulart. Thank you so much, everyone, for your attention.
Okay. Thank you, José.
Obrigado, muito obrigado.
Does anyone have questions, participants? You may open your mic and video. Viewers, write in Facebook's comments or send us an email at 21cguitar@gmail.com. Can you stop sharing your screen, please? Okay. So up to now, no questions. We are short of time for questions anyway. Sam?
Sorry that I'm always asking questions. But,
no problem. Welcome.
Interesting stuff. It's fascinating, the layering of those two things from with the Villa-Lobos, particularly the third prelude. Are you going to do this sort of thing with other composers, or do you know of this approach being done with other composers' work and putting two together? Is this something that you could expand into original pieces further, or with other composers? Do you have plans for this research? What's going to happen next?
José,
Rita, translate for me, please.
Tens planos para fazer o mesmo com obras de outros compositores, ou conheces outras pessoas que estejam a fazer o mesmo tipo de trabalho?
Ah, sim, não, eu desconheço, mas deve haver, porque o mundo é muito grande, né? Mas eu tenho plano, sim, de fazer, porque a mesma música de Villa-Lobos, ela está muito ligada com a cultura popular, né? Então, onde nós encontramos elementos em comuns entre a música do Jimmy Page, ou do Villa-Lobos, ou do Bonfá, é possível a gente fazer esses pontos de encontro, né? Então, enfim, é preciso estar aberto e buscando, mas já deve ter gente fazendo por aí. Eu acho que é uma brincadeira interessante.
E tu tens planos de fazer outros arranjos?
Ah, sim, muitos. Tenho aprendido muito com a obra desses mestres. Tenho aprendido muito fazendo arranjos.
Okay, so José does not know of anyone else doing this kind of work, and yes, he plans to continue doing this kind of work. Yes, that's basically it.
Great. Can I follow up? Can you give us a clue? Which composers have caught your eye to work?
Tens já alguma ideia de qual é o compositor, os compositores que vais usar no próximo trabalho?
Para o próximo trabalho, estou trabalhando com o tema de Edu Lobo, que é um compositor brasileiro, mas também está na minha lista o Piazzolla, que está fazendo 100 anos esse ano. Enfim, músicos ligados à cultura popular.
So, composers connected or musicians connected to popular culture. Yes, Edu Lobo and
Piazzolla.
And Piazzolla, yeah. Great. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you, Sam. Okay, are there any more questions? If not, I suggest we stop here, do a 10-minute break before Steve Goss's special lecture, which has just entered the room. Okay. Back to Michelle.
Hello, welcome back. It's my distinct pleasure to introduce the next presentation by composer and guitarist Stephen Goss. Steve is the chair of composition and the director of the International Guitar Research Center at the University of Surrey. He is also professor of guitar at the Royal Academy of Music in London. Stephen Goss's music receives hundreds of performances worldwide each year. It has been recorded on over 80 CDs by more than a dozen record labels. His output embraces multiple genres, orchestral and choral works, chamber music, and solo pieces. Goss's work is marked by a fascination with time and place, both immediate and remote, and the musical styles that evoke them. His projects and commissions have involved legendary guitarists, including John Williams and David Russell, and as a guitarist, he has worked with Takemitsu, Peter Maxwell Davies, and Elliott Carter. Stephen's presentation is titled Hiraeth, Manuel de Falla, Andres Segovia, and the Politics of Nostalgia. Please enjoy.
Hello everyone. The first thing I'd like to do is say thank you to the organisers of 21st Century Guitar for inviting me to come and talk to you today, but also for putting on this absolutely incredible week that we started earlier today and that we have ahead of us for the next few days. There are some absolutely incredible sessions, some really fascinating looking papers, and a huge array of new music performances. So a big thank you to Amy and to Rita and to all the committee for making this wonderful thing happen. Today I'm going to be talking to you about a new piece of mine called Hiraeth, but also about Manuel de Falla, Andres Segovia, and the politics of nostalgia. I'm going to be talking about my solo guitar piece, Hiraeth, which was commissioned last year to mark the centenary of Manuel de Falla's Homenaje. So my piece, Hiraeth, connects directly with Homenaje, and I'll be talking in detail about how the two pieces relate. So I'll start my talk this afternoon by telling you a little bit about my piece. Then I'll move on to talking about the topics of nostalgia, melancholy, and Hiraeth in general. Then I'll focus on Falla's Homenaje and how it relates to tradition, style, and performance practice, and how Falla engaged with the idiom that is the guitar. After discussing Falla's approach to the guitar, what I'd like to do is compare that with the different kinds of approaches that were taken by Segovia and other collaborators. I'll also focus a little bit on the piece Saraband by Poulenc. At the end, there'll be plenty of time for discussion and questions after a complete performance of the piece Hiraeth by the Australian guitarist Ken Murray. So Hiraeth was commissioned for Ken Murray by the Melbourne Conservatorium of Music, University of Melbourne, to mark the centenary of Manuel de Falla's Homenaje à Debussy for guitar. The premiere of Hiraeth took place online on March the 8th, 2021, marking the exact 100th anniversary of the first official performance of Homenaje given by Miguel Lobet at the Teatro de la Comedia, Madrid, on March the 8th, 1921. The title, Hiraeth, is a Welsh word, which means sort of nostalgia, or more commonly, homesickness. Many Welsh people, myself included, claim that Hiraeth is a word which cannot be translated, meaning more than solely missing something or missing home. To some, it deploys the meaning of missing a time, an era, or a person. It is associated with the bittersweet memory of missing something or someone, while being grateful of that or their existence. So nostalgia and melancholy provide the atmosphere for Hiraeth. I imagine Manuel de Falla yearning for an ideal Granada while spending his final years in self-imposed exile in Argentina. This is depicted by a recurring sighing figure in the music, a slow glissando from F to E. Hiraeth also incorporates some harp-like material, that alludes to the Robert ap Hugh manuscript, a 14th century collection of Welsh bardic harp music. Music by Falla and Debussy is quoted and referenced in my piece, alongside references to the Welsh bardic harp music. Some features of Falla's Homenaje are amplified, put under the microscope for closer consideration. The semitone F to E psi figure becomes a trope that underpins Hiraeth. This is an important motif in Falla's Homenaje too, as we'll see later. The sixth string is tuned to F for most of Hiraeth, finally resolving to E in a retuning gesture that is an important focal point of my piece. The semitone F to E figure also suggested the quotations from El Amor Brujo, presenting the figure in a contrasting harmonic context. Llobet transcribed this piece for guitar in a version approved by Falla, so it seemed apt to include it here. Homenaje itself quotes from Debussy's La Soirée d'Engrenade in its closing section. In Hiraeth, I reference the opening of Debussy's piece, blending it with material from Falla's Homenaje in a tonally ambiguous phantasmagoria. This prepares the ear for the complete performance of Homenaje, which concludes Hiraeth. Now I'll play an example from the retuning gesture through the final section of Hiraeth into the link into Falla's Homenaje. So let's get back to the ideas of nostalgia, melancholy, and Hiraeth. If nostalgia is a sentimental longing or wistful affection for the past, typically for a period or place with happy personal associations, melancholy is kind of the foil to that, a feeling of pensive sadness, typically with no obvious case. And it strikes me that Hiraeth is really a combination of these two in kind of equal measure. But I'm not sure it's such an untranslatable word, and I'm not sure that it's something which is specific to the Welsh and only the Welsh. It would appear that many languages have a similar untranslatable word to Hiraeth. Here are some examples from Portuguese, Japanese, Russian, Brazilian Portuguese, Galician, Romanian, German, and Ethiopian. There are others too. A lot of these words tie in a combination of nostalgia and melancholy. The recent writings of Eco, Boehm, Hatherley, Riley, and Bauman point to an epidemic of nostalgia in many aspects of today's culture and society. A yearning for a return to a comfortable Arcadian retrotopia. Give me my country back, make America great again. In his book, Retrotopia, Zygmunt Bauman argues that today the utopian aspiration is projected towards the return to an ideal past more than towards the construction of a better future, in response to a Hobbesian world of growing insecurity and violence. In her book, The Future of Nostalgia, Svetlana Boym talks about a global epidemic of nostalgia, an effective yearning for a community with a collective memory, a longing for continuity in a fragmented world. She says that nostalgia is a sentiment of loss and displacement, but it's also a romance with one's own fantasy. She goes on to say that it works as a defense mechanism at a time of accelerated rhythms of life and historical upheavals. And she points out that it relinquishes critical thinking for emotional bonding. But perhaps most significantly, Boym gives us a binary model of two very different kinds of nostalgia. First of all, a reflective, personal nostalgia, one that is internal. And secondly, a restorative, societal nostalgia, one that's external. And she describes it as representing national and nationalist revivals all over the world, which engage in the anti-modern myth-making of history by means of a return to national symbols and myths. Now, this model of two different kinds of nostalgia can be mapped onto the difference between neoclassicism and neo-romanticism in 20th century Spanish music. I would argue that Fallia's neoclassicism is music that critically engages with elements of music of the past, but maintaining a modernist aesthetic. Whereas neo-romanticism, a style much favoured by the Franco regime, is music that romanticizes music of the past through a restorative aesthetic. I will go on to argue that these neoclassical and neo-romantic approaches can be applied to interpretation as well as being applicable to composition. I'm going to come back to talking about neoclassicism and neo-romanticism in a moment, but first I'd like to talk a little bit about Fallia's homenaje. There are several factors which contribute to the significant place the homenaje holds in the guitar repertoire. It's the first piece written for the guitar by a non-guitarist composer who really engaged with the idiom. Falla uses the instrument and its cultural heritage to generate his musical material. The Phrygian relationship between F and E, the harmonic underpinning from the two lowest open strings, E and A. Falla had been fascinated by the guitar for many years before writing Homenaje, and could probably play it to some extent. Michael Christoforidis points out that just before composing Homenaje, Falla had completed work on his most extensive piano work, Fantasia Baetica, a work that draws extensively on his study of flamenco and flamenco guitar music. There are very distinct echoes of flamenco and its guitar manifestations in the Homenaje as well, ranging from harmonic progressions and chord spacings to specific guitar techniques and figurations, and even aspects of the way in which the work is structured. So Homenaje was written at the height of Falla's international acclaim, 1920, a time when he was often compared to Stravinsky and Bartók. But Homenaje's longer-term significance is, to a large extent, accidental. It's a tiny piece, yet an atlas bearing the entire weight of the modern repertoire on its shoulders. Later repertoire by non-guitarists didn't interrogate the guitar's unique idiom in such a forensic way. As a slight aside at this point, it was last year at the 21st Century Guitar Conference in Ottawa, in Canada, that I was first introduced to the work of Jonathan de Souza and his work on idiom and the way in which the musical brain develops in relation to the tools that a musician is using, and those tools could be the instruments or the voice and so on. So what I would say to Falia's approach to writing Homenaje is that he focused on this body-instrument interaction, treating the guitar as a creative prosthesis at the intersection of technique and technology. Segovia's collaborations with composers, by contrast, were more concerned with translating abstract compositional ideas so that they might be effective for the guitar after some intermediary work. And of course, this intermediary work was done by Segovia himself. Consequently, the composers who wrote for Segovia wrote at one remove from the idiom. Casanova Tedesco wrote dozens of guitar works throughout his entire life, but he always required guitarists to mediate the music he wrote so it would fit the instrument. Falia's Homenaje focuses on what the guitar does best, working with its history and folkloric roots rather than against them, celebrating its idiosyncratic open strings rather than apologizing for them. In 1971, Andres Segovia outlined what he considered to be the 4 essential tasks of his life's work. I want to focus on the first 2. Number 1, to separate the guitar from the mindless folklore type of entertainment. And number 2, to endow it with a repertoire of high quality, made up of works possessing intrinsic musical value from the pens of composers accustomed to writing for orchestra, piano, violin, etc. Now, from Segovia's point of view, what he was trying to do was he was trying to bring the guitar, and by 1971 it was known as the classical guitar, into the mainstream classical repertoire. The world was a very different place in those days, and the hierarchy between high art culture and classical music and popular music was very different from the much more kind of integrated and pluralistic world we have today. So Segovia felt that in order to get people to treat the guitar seriously, it had to be removed from its folkloric roots, the very roots that Manuel de Falla is trying to rediscover in his Homenaje. The next important subtext to what Segovia writes here is the idea that works of high quality come from composers who are not guitarists. And in fact, it seems that there's an idealistic approach here to what music is, as if it's something abstract, and that musical ideas are something that come from the pens of great composers. And they're not things that are found when people are noodling on the guitar. And Segovia's role in all his collaborations was to translate these musical ideas from the composer's mind, or more usually the composer's piano drafts, into something that will work on the guitar. So an indicative list of the Segovia composers: Turina, Rodrigo, Casanova Tedesco, Tansman, Ponce. All these composers were neoclassical conservative composers. Their music was written in a tonal language and romantic in style. And Segovia's collaborative process was usually interventionist, almost as if Segovia was a composer manqué. Segovia's collaborations are well documented, mainly in the letters. Firstly, in the published letters between Ponce and Segovia, or rather the letters from Segovia to Ponce, and also in the recently discovered and edited letters between Casanova Tedesco and Segovia. These form the recent doctoral thesis of Benjamin Braun. And in them you get a very clear idea of how Segovia worked with composers' material. As long ago as 1986, in Graham Wade's book on Segovia, he quotes Segovia as saying, "I always have to modify many things, but we do this so as not to betray the music, and so that we do not omit what the music has to offer, but in order to make the music better for the instrument. I am accustomed, you know, with the composers who have written for me, to modify something or other in almost every bar." Now, the striking thing about this, it's almost as if Segovia's approach to arranging keyboard music, lute music, and so on for the guitar is similar to his way of arranging composers' ideas for the guitar. So the composers are composing music, and Segovia is turning it into guitar music. Segovia was not a fan of modernism, and elsewhere he said, "I'm too old to accept this terribly dissonant music. The composers are experimenting with noise. When the noise will be sound and the sound will be music, I will have an opinion." Abstract painting and musique concrète both are denials of true art. By commissioning so much neo-romantic and arguably anachronistic music, was Andres Segovia more interested in making a past for the guitar rather than a future? Did he fabricate a tradition, a chimera of transcriptions and pastiche compositions to emulate the thoroughbred classical traditions of other instruments, particularly voice, piano, violin, and cello? A restorative nostalgia for an Arcadian retrotopia. There is no doubt that the music that Segovia commissioned is very important to our modern guitar repertoire. There are many works of exceptionally high quality. But very few, if any, composers of Falla standing and reputation wrote for the guitar in the first half of the 20th century. And Falla wrote just this one 3-minute miniature. Its rarity, its quality, its clarity, and its concision all contribute to its significance. The downside of this importance is a misplaced profundity that has led many performers to play the piece far slower than the metronome mark suggests, and with a rubato that undermines the rhythmic integrity of the habanera and the distinct characters of the varied musical gestures. I asked Falla expert Michael Christoforidis how we account for the many varied interpretations of the piece. He told me, "I think that the most obvious reason for the variety of tempos associated with the guitar interpretations is that it was published in the early guitar editions with the subtitle Le Tombeau de Debussy, which denoted the collection of pieces it was drawn from, and not the title given by the composer, which was simply Homenage or Homenage à Debussy. This has made some guitarists feel that it is something akin to a funereal dirge rather than a nostalgic habanera, and given them license to take the piece at a much slower tempo than the one indicated by the composer, which is quarter note equals 60. Also, I think that many of the early guitarists who performed the piece were much more attuned to a romantic or even impressionistic sensibility and style of performance that does not fully align with Falla's more modern conception of the work. These performers also tended to seek more coloristic effects rather than the austerity of tone and use of open strings that typified flamenco performers and had formed part of the conception of Falla's work. We're all familiar with the concept of historically informed performance practice. But I want to introduce the idea of historically mediated performance tradition. Now, this is a different kind of thing altogether. This is an idea that a performer will start playing a particular work in a particular way that leads to a performance tradition based on that initial interpretation. However far removed from the initial conception of the piece that interpretation is. Let's listen to Narcissa Yepeth playing Falia's Homenaje. I'm going to stick my neck out here and say that that performance bears no relation whatsoever to the aesthetic of Falia's piece. It goes against everything that Falia's piece stands for. But it represents a particular way of playing the piece, and one that is copied and extended and developed by many, a neo-romantic performance practice for a neoclassical work. Now, this is not uncommon in the guitar world, and the whole notion of historically mediated performance tradition enters just about everything written for the guitar throughout the 20th and 21st century, including all the Bream repertoire and a whole host of other pieces. Many years ago, I had a conversation with Christopher Rowland, who played in the Fitzwilliam String Quartet, and they recorded all Shostakovich's quartets in the early 1970s. And the quartet said to Shostakovich, you know, we're playing this music in a very kind of austere style, no glissandi, none of the kind of romantic trappings of the early recordings of your works. Should we try and emulate those early recordings? And Shostakovich said, absolutely not. You know, I detested that style of playing, but it was how people played and I couldn't do anything about it. Now, finally, I'm hearing my music as it should be played. What's strange about this approach to Falia's Homenaje is that a performer like Yepeth decides to finger the piece in a way that goes against Falia's original idea. Falia engaged directly with the idiom, with open string chords, deliberately mimicking flamenco guitar. Another piece which presents an interesting problem is Poulenc's Sarabande. It's a very simple piece, but the addition has very complicated fingering. Instead of remaining in first position, the fingering takes the guitarist all over the fretboard, including harmonics and various other effects. It's unclear as to who has done this fingering. The piece is dedicated to Ida Presti, and there's also an addition by Ablonis, but we don't know who did the fingering. But Sabrina Vlaskalic, when she was doing her research, looked into the piece and said this: I decided to abandon all the ideas of the editor and develop my own fingering. I decided to play the piece in the simplest way possible, by playing all the notes in the first position on the guitar in order to develop the consistently cleanest sound timbre on the guitar I could conceive. A reason for choosing the cleanest possible timbre lies in the fact that Poulenc employed many open strings of the instrument. He used them often throughout the piece, employing all 6 open strings at the very end of the piece, and therefore one might even suppose that he might have actually composed this piece on the guitar. When played in first position only, this piece can easily be played by a beginner or a guitar amateur. The level one would or even could imagine Poulenc might have had if he had played it on guitar. So here we have a situation where composers are trying desperately to engage with the idiom, but guitarists are pushing them away. This whole sense of the mediation between the two. I'd now like to return to my piece, Hiraeth. I'm a composer, but I'm also a guitarist. And the piece Hiraeth is very much conceived through the idiom of the guitar. I couldn't possibly imagine it being transcribed for any other instrument. And the guitar itself is an important ingredient in the compositional process. Pushing the idiom, playing around with the idiom, is something, as a composer, I love to do. Historically, composers have almost been kept at arm's length from the idiom of the guitar, either by a guitarist taking responsibility and making the piece work, or by a guitarist taking a piece which is trying to be idiomatic and playing it in a way that contradicts the composer's approach. Throughout the 20th century, the guitar certainly suffered an inferiority complex. Segovia, for one, wanted the guitar to be taken as a serious classical instrument. To hide all its shortcomings, all its idiomatic idiosyncrasies, all its folkloric roots. He wanted the guitar to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. In the 21st century, things have changed. Now composers are celebrating the idiom of the guitar and its idiosyncratic links with folkloric music and popular music. There are many more composers who happen to play guitar who are writing highly idiomatic music for the instrument. And then there's the opportunity for 21st century composers who want to write for guitar but don't play the instrument to follow the model of Manuel de Falla, which involved direct engagement with the idiom itself. Thank you all very much for listening. You'll now hear a complete performance of my piece Hiraeth, which is immediately followed by Falla's Homenaje, played in a neoclassical modernist style by Ken Murray. Thank you all very much, and there'll be an opportunity to ask questions and have some discussion after the film of the performance. Thanks.
Hello, welcome back. I'd like to welcome Steve to this question and answer session. So please, if you are in the Zoom room, you can add your video and ask questions in here. If you are on Facebook, simply type your question into the Facebook chat and we will relay that to Steve. We already have a question from Adam here. So please go ahead, Adam.
Hey, Steve. Thanks for the wonderful presentation, of course. Before I ask my question, I wanted to know, first of all, where we can find the score. Is it published with DAWs?
It is, yes. It was published on the 8th of March, same day as the first performance. So, yeah, you can order the score straight away.
Beautiful. So my question pertains to the term neoclassicism. So I always associate that term with the connotation it had after 1923 when it was coined by Boris de Schleutzer in a Parisian review based on Stravinsky. And so you often in your presentation refer to the homenaje within the context of neoclassicism, but I always think of Falla's neoclassicist works being more of his orchestral works with harpsichord. So I was wondering how you basically situate his homenaje within the larger context of that neoclassicist movement from back then, and more specifically its relation to the avant-garde neoclassicist works for harpsichord. And I'm actually working on a comprehensive bibliographies for my doctorate at McGill on and Falla and neoclassicism is one of my topics, and I was just wondering a good starting point for reading more on the homenaje, and that would it be Christoforidis, or do you have something else to suggest? So that's my question.
Right, okay. Yeah, a lot to unpick there. Yeah, certainly Michael Christoforidis is your man. He is actually producing a new edition of the homenaje to mark the centenary. It'll be out later this year, and it's being done through the Falla estate. And it was really through talking to Michael, sort of personally, I mean, we corresponded a bit. We were due to be together giving a conference to mark the centenary of the piece in last summer in Melbourne. Of course, it didn't happen because of the pandemic, but it will happen later this year online. And so he's the one who kind of pointed me down the neoclassical route, really, pointing out that his use of the sort of flamenco and folkloric material was very much a kind of critical modernist approach, which had a lot more in common with the kind of neoclassical aesthetic. The idea not simply that it was being nostalgic or romanticizing it, but was actually sort of critically engaged with it and bringing some of his kind of modernist, if you like, aesthetic to this influence and this music, rather than kind of fantasizing it. So that's where I get the kind of the notion of neoclassicism from in relation to that and his approach. And it's something that I think on a kind of wider scale, got from reading some other things around the time, just looking at a kind of, if you like, the two sides in the Spanish Civil War too, and almost sort of equating a kind of neoclassicism with the sort of communist side and a neo-romanticism with the fascist side, particularly the way in which sort of music was promoted in fascist Spain from sort of, well, from when Franco took over, basically. And the way in which the kind of ancient music of Spain was kind of romanticized and used, in a very neo-romantic way. Less critical, much more kind of celebratory. Adam's gone quiet.
Sorry, thank you. Thanks for your response. Well, I was just wondering how you situate this work with his harpsichord concerto, for example, with regards to neoclassicism.
The harpsichord concerto is much more influenced by Stravinsky. In 1920, Falla, when he wrote this piece, he'd been in Paris, obviously, before war broke out, and was very much kind of involved with the latest developments in Paris at that time, and was sort of tied up with the modernists. So it was a question of him bringing that aesthetic back to Granada and Andalusia and approaching the folkloric music from that side. If that makes any sense. I mean, I think Michael expresses it pretty well in his Falla book from the 2017 one. So, I mean, as far as I understand it, I think basically the idea is that he's using that material in a kind of critical way within his modernist style. The later piece, the harpsichord concerto, is much more Stravinsky-like. It's using neoclassicism in a kind of slightly exaggerated or caricature sort of way that Stravinsky did in the 20s.
So you're looking at neoclassicism from kind of maybe at that time, because it was changing kind of connotation that it would have had before 1923 and the First World War and after, and it almost sounds like, you know, when we look at neoclassicism in the Homenaje, it's more like looking back, whereas the modernist Stravinsky would be more like looking forward. I don't know if that would be a way you would look at it, or
I guess. I mean, I think the thing that really attracted me to this idea was the fact that he was using the instrument, you know, as a tool for composition, and actually sort of engaging directly with it and thinking, okay, so I've seen what flamenco guitarists do. He's put that sort of stuff in his piano music and thinks, right, now I'm actually going to write for guitar. I'm going to use these very things, and I'm going to go in there and see what I can do with my music, but using this kind of these means, really.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we have an online question from Trevor Babb, and he writes, a question for Steve Goss. Has Segovia's revisionist narrative been harmful for the guitar's stature in the greater classical music community? Certainly, Segovia's narrative has been helpful for the guitar to have a place at the table in modern conservatories and concert stages. But do you see this as a necessary chapter in our history that we must press onward from, or do you believe that we in the 21st century are repairing the damage to the guitar's reputation done by Segovia?
Great question. Thank you, Trevor. Always good to get one of Trevor's questions. What I would say about that is that, you know, Segovia did absolutely what he had to at the time. There was no other approach to take, really. The sort of snobbery between classical music and popular music was almost unimaginable from today's perspective. You know, this is before the enormous explosion of popular culture in the 1960s. And there very much was an idea that there was high art culture, you know, Dickens, Shakespeare, Beethoven, Mozart, and low art culture, which was basically almost everything else, not quite so learned. And the guitar was considered to be very much a sort of low culture instrument. And that's what Segovia was trying to fight against and to hide. And in a way, anyone in his situation would have done, you know, a similar thing. So I'm not being critical at all about what he did at the time. The problem comes when that narrative, that trope, keeps moving forward. And we imagine that the tradition that Segovia invented for the sake of trying to get the guitar into this kind of great classical community is somehow valuable and should last forever. Things have changed so much. In fact, most other instruments are now jealous of the guitar's adaptability and its kind of pluralism, and the fact that, you know, guitarists, even classical guitarists, might come from rock, pop, folk backgrounds, jazz backgrounds, and that the guitar is very much a kind of multicultural instrument. In fact, I would say that even the term classical guitar now is anachronistic, and nylon string guitar is plenty by way of definition. So I think the danger is that imagining that this Segovia monument was set up for all time, whereas in fact it was about its time, not all time, I think.
Hello, Janis, go ahead. Oh, please turn your microphone on. Janis, can you hear me? There
Yes,
you are.
of course.
Go ahead.
It's my turn.
Yes.
All right.
No, it's your turn to present.
Okay.
Janis, it's fine to go ahead, but please turn off the live stream because we get into a feedback loop when you have to turn off. Sorry, you have to turn off the sound from your computer, and then come back and ask the question. Yeah.
Amy, I think Janis thinks it's his time to present.
Oh, sorry.
No. I just came in, but I know I'm in 1 hour from now.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, the beauty. Live
Yes. I
stream.
turn off my microphone. All okay.
Yeah, perfect. No worries. So I'm going to just open the floor up again for questions for Steve. So if anyone is in the Zoom chat and wants to ask a question, just turn on your video and microphone. We can go from there. If there's questions on Facebook, just put them in the chat. Hi, Sam.
Hi, Steve.
Sam, hi.
How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Thanks. I had a question about collaborative working with a player, with you as a composer. As you know, and we've discussed before, I suppose the focus of my work is with composers who are not guitarists and don't really play the guitar, and trying to foster the creation of new music that way. But I liked very much what you said about things that the instrument does naturally. And I often think there's a bit of a problem with some of the things that the instrument does really naturally. We can actually be taught to subvert when we have been trained to play to a high level in a conservatoire or university environment, in the classical way. And so when I've been collaborating with these composers, we are always looking for things that are interesting and sound beautiful, but are somehow natural to either myself or the instrument that we can really exploit. And I wondered, and we've always found things that I wouldn't have found on my own if I had been improvising or experimenting alone as a player writing for myself, and that things that they wouldn't have discovered if they were not working directly with a player. And so I wondered how that relationships works for you, because obviously you play the guitar to such a high level, and you are always, not always, but you are very often writing for the guitar. But then you are also writing for a player who isn't, who's often, or in fact, most of the time, not yourself. And so I wondered what role that collaborative process that I was describing plays in your pieces, and how that plays out in the gestation of a work.
Great. Well, I mean, I think first thing to say is that I think people like you are now doing most amazing work, because you're actually collaborating properly with composers, making composers know exactly what's going on the instrument, so they can see right in front of them what's happening. And this is a very different and quite recent approach. And I think, it's important to make the point that now a lot of collaboration is going on along that way, so that composers are actually writing for the instrument itself, the tool, and not the sound, And I think this is a very, very important development, and one that is very much wrapped up the 21st century guitar. And I'm sure we'll hear many, many examples of that kind of collaboration this week. In terms of my own stuff, I stopped playing concerts in 2015, which is now 6 years ago. And I write for all sorts of different, instruments still. Wrote a piece for organ for the first time a couple of weeks ago. I've got to write a ukulele piece coming up soon. But when I write for guitar, I'm really writing for a player, and this is a very specific kind of idiomatic writing. And the piece that I would write for John Williams or David Russell or Zoran Dukic or most recently Agnello Desiderio, they are pieces that are totally tailor-made for their playing, for aspects of their playing, and lots of things that I could never do on the instrument. So for me, it's the fun and the imagination of actually using their technique as my tool, and being able to do things that I know they will be able to do. I think one of the real downsides about writing music for myself is that I'm limited by my own playing. And also, I have to confess, when I was writing quartets and stuff and playing in a quartet, I'd make sure that my part was the easiest, so that A, I didn't have to really put the work in, and B, had much less chance of messing it up in public. So that and also, you talk to other guitarist composers. You talk to someone, I don't know, I was having this chat with Dale Cavan, and she said the problem is, of course, is you write the piece. That's one thing. Then you've got to learn it, and actually that's a whole different skill, and having to do both actually can be quite difficult. And it's very tempting then to be the player, to change what the composer has done in order to make the player's life easier.
Yeah, it's funny. People often, have often asked why I don't play more of my own, music. I haven't written that much for guitar, mostly for other instruments, but why I don't play more of and I think that's probably the same reason that you actually have to learn the thing, But that's fascinating. So is this perhaps a slightly voyeuristic is not the right word, but it's sort of, you're sort of putting their hands on, if you're on yourself, and imagining what that would be like.
Yeah, it is. It's like the old movie Being John Malkovich. It's exactly that.
That's fascinating.
And actually, even having the imagination, I mean, this is probably going a bit too much detail here, but even having the imagination of being in their body playing the piece, actually, which includes not just the hands, but the whole gesture. And
A
the
corporeal experience.
Sorry?
A corporeal experience.
Totally, absolutely, totally. You know, because people play it very differently when you know, I know the guitar very well, and as a result, even the most subtle differences between players' approaches changes the way I would approach writing for them.
Fascinating. Thank you. Great to see you.
And you.
I think we have time for one more question. So if there's a question from Facebook or from the live stream, from Zoom, please join now. I think that may be all the questions we have for today. Thank you so much, Steve.
Pleasure. Thanks very much, everyone. Great questions.
So we're going to be taking a short break, and then we are coming back to, oh, hang on, there is one question. We'll do one last question from Rui Moreno. On a recent interview, Barr stated that he is a biograph when he writes for a guitarist. Do you feel like one, or is the different possibilities that a performer gives?
Right. Well, I know I've heard Leo Brouwer talk about writing for someone's personality, like when he was describing writing the Concerto Elegiaco for Bream, he described writing different aspects of his personality. I don't know if that's what you mean. Or is it the different possibilities the performer gives? Well, it all comes into it. Actually, one of the things that comes into it the most is their particular musical tastes. So, for example, I know that Zoran Dukic is an enormous fan of film, so I wrote a piece about film. We talked about different directors, different things a piece can be about. The piece I've written for Agnello is about Italian opera because he's a huge fan of Italian opera. So those kind of tastes and things come into it too. But nothing specifically about the players' personalities, I don't think, although it probably creeps into it in some way. It's probably quite holistic. But yeah, thanks for that question.
So we are going to take a short break, and we're going to reconvene for our Composers Roundtable. Thank you so much, Steve.
Okay. Thanks, everyone.